Okay, and hopefully we're live now. Hi, everybody! I'm Shinta. As always, it's with me my co-host, Alexis.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, and as you can see from how I have this up in the PSN store, it is literally that easy. I described how you can do this in the first of my Super Robot Wars reviews. You just sign up for a Singapore PSN account, and you can easily get anything Super Robot Wars related that way. Though you do need to buy PSN points off of Play Asia for all the digital content. But yeah, I bought the Ultimate Edition digital because there were backlogs in actually getting the game otherwise. So let me just flip over to my main account, and Alexis will be able to start playing.
So, I'm guessing you're going to keep an eye on the chat?
I'm going to keep keeping an eye on the chat alongside building more of the clips. Oh, and yes, if you couldn't tell from the background, look out for a Persona 5 Royal review in the future.
Yeah.
It's not letting me move. Why can I not? Why is the controller not connecting? It's literally not. The hell?
Maybe because there's like two logged in at the same time?
I have no idea what's going on here. Yeah, I have literally no idea what's up with that. The hell? That was not open there. It is not a stream without technical difficulties. Doesn't this one have Ultraman / Gridman in it? Yes, we are getting Ultraman, the manga / anime adaptation as DLC, and Gridman is in the base game.
There we go.
There we go.
I have the power!
The PS4 controller is even glowing red.
This hand of mine is burning red?
Yes. Okay, so let me know if anybody is having any issues with audio quality. Are we too loud? Is the game too loud? We don't want to let that be a problem for long into the game. Oh, and yeah, I also got the Premium Sound Edition, so to avoid Content ID, we need to make sure that the soundtrack is not defaulting to the original versions.
So should I just hit start then?
Yeah, I think we should be able to mess with settings about that when we go in there, considering it always start with the Super Robot Wars original character.
Should we go with beginner's mode or normal mode?
I don't think it matters much. I mean, we can change that in the settings later.
Yeah.
This is Alexis's first playthrough. She's done multiples of all of them. It's actually why I have basically every previous game that I want to review that I have, at least, in New Game Plus already. She's just burned through all of them.
Okay, can we just appreciate, like, this guy's look right here?
Yeah.
The 1,000-yard stare.
This guy's name, for those who haven't seen, is Edge. He is literally Ow the Edge.
I'm gonna go with the female characters because I'm me.
Yeah. As your writer, nice to see you. I've been enjoying your Super Robot Wars V, especially the way you explain the backstory of each series involved. Thank you. I actually put a lot of into all that because I really like most of the series involved.
Okay, this is really cool. So
yeah, we get to choose our starting point, either the Super Robots or the real robot-styled stuff. So do we want to start with the Braves and Combattler V, or Victory Gundam and Majestic Prince?
I'm gonna go with Combattler V. I love Combattler V.
Yeah, Alexis, since Discotech released the DVD? Blu-ray set of Combattler V, showed us that last year before?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, basically, the only things we've not ended up seeing that is featured in this game currently is Majestic Prince, Gundam Narrative, and Better Man. And we were supposed to do those in the last few weeks, but Work has just been swamping us so hard that we didn't get a chance to get through them.
Also, look at this, an actual cutscene. What?
It's been a few games. The last actual cutscenes were in Z.
Okay, that's totally ahead, right?
Hmm?
Like where the...
Oh yeah, no one would be surprised if this thing transformed. It's just a bit of too much of a brick for it initially.
I don't really like this ship design, by the way.
Yeah. The only reason I watched this Forest Gridman, I just to hear Baby Dan, basically. Yeah, it's good that audio's coming in clearly. I was concerned about that, considering it's been a while since we've streamed. I think Nier Automata to account for Super Awards, or maybe a Haseo/Scathe unit with they kind of mecha in the same ridiculous way this Uchiha's Susanoo do. I didn't think Naruto with Susanoo would have gotten in. Nier Automata, since they're androids, possibly. Hell, I would say the same for Cosmos. And, yeah, a bit of a spoiler. Cosmos is actually... Cosmos? It's from Xenosaga. She is actually in Super Robot Wars OG Saga Endless Frontier. I found a copy of that game.
Oh, she's depressed.
Aww.
There's been fighting here, too. No, I'm a traveler.
Tsukasa Kodoya has reincarnated in young girl form.
As a Miku?
Have you watched Digimon Ghost Game, and did you ever see Applemon?
Oh, I've been watching Ghost Game.
She's been watching Ghost Game, and she's really been enjoying it.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
I don't want to, because even if it's good, it's like, I'm kind of burned with Toei ridiculously badly. Apple Monsters, I didn't think it was good from what I saw. I did not watch much of it. Is Code Geass in Super Robot Wars? It is in this one, it is in X. X is post-series for the original timeline. This game includes Lelouch the Resurrection, which is movie timeline.
Alright, so, last 10 years, this refers to the period of conflicts between the years 90 and 100 of the New Space Era. The era of turmoil was thought to be over with the defeat of Emperor Lelouch V. Britannia, who had overthrown the Earth Federation and the end of the Second Neo-Zeon War. However, the situation became unstable once again following the Laplace Boxes incident, reigniting the flames of war once more throughout the world.
That really should be reverse. Laplace Box giving Lelouch his opportunity for revolution.
Okay, so here's some things that went down so far. The 1-year war caused by the Principality of Zeon's Declaration of Independence. The Hell Uprising caused by Dr. Hell.
That's Mazinger, by the way.
The lunar conflict against the invaders.
Get a Robo Armageddon.
The Primeval War.
Get Gao Gaigar.
The simultaneous occurrence of these events severely weakened the Earth Federation.
Yeah, 10 years ago makes sense because this game includes Gao Gaigar versus Betterman, which is 8 years after Gao Gaigar Final, and Final occurs 2 years after the original Gao Gaigar.
In 92, the first contact with Walgaru in the Jupiter Sphere, which I think that might be Majestic Prince.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, the Grips War in 97.
Second Neo-Zeon War, which is Star's counterattack.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-Earth Federation action again enacted by the Black Knights. Yeah, I have so... we're not going to get into the year, but I have so many problems with R2 and the movie.
Yeah. But basically, with the conclusion of these aforementioned events, mankind entered a period of peace, a concept that almost been forgotten by time. This period is known as the miraculous year. Man, imagine how screwed up your world must be if, like, an entire year goes by where nothing bad happens, and how blissful that must have been. Can you imagine such a world, Davis?
Yeah. I really think the Laplace Box incident needs to be reversed in this order, because from what people have been saying online, the events of Unicorn in this version caused the rise of the Zanskir Empire, which Laplace Box incident and its reveal at the end was just supposed to be, hey, your rights have been stolen by a bunch of assholes who have illegally been depicting themselves as the government after they pulled off a terrorist action in UC1, that blanked out the actual charter of the Earth Federation. So that should, like, that should cause its collapse on its own, but the rise of a new fascist nation to replace the actually fascist nation, I have problems with that. Granted, I really dislike Victory, so...
Yep.
Someone told us that Oz reminds them of Hatsune Miku. I'm not sure this, but Miku has been in Super Wars, specifically UX. A funny thing about that, we have a data mine that says Shinkalion the movie might be in as DLC, and Shinkalion the movie features Type 500 Ava Shinji Ikari, pilot of a train robot, Hatsune Miku, and Snow Godzilla.
Also, I love the civilian. And now over on side 2, some idiots calling themselves Zansky are mobilizing and sending troops down to Earth. Like, so basically, everybody's collectively going, man, we are so screwed.
Hypothetically speaking, who do you think should import the Brave series on Blu-ray? Well, Media Blasters has already said that they're not renewing their old Gao Gaigar license, and have said that if someone's going to do it, it's probably going to be Discotech, and I can't disagree with that. Apparently, Media Blasters was originally going to import the entire Brave series, but got screwed over because, one, they focused too much on Voltron when Gao Gaigar was releasing, so no one paid attention to Gao Gaigar, and two, the fan subs for Gao Gaigar basically fucked them over.
Anyways, new character, Leanne. Aww. I don't have any family.
What Western series would you like to be part of Super Wars if you could have it? None, really. It's like...
Oh, okay, Western as in, like, something that was produced over here?
Yeah, there's not much, but, like...
The only thing that would come to mind is, honestly, Megas XLR.
I was about to say that, but it would never happen due to Warner Brothers never being able to profit in any way off of that license because they used it as a tax write-off. Is the main back at Gradle like an SRX, or is it... or NT, or is it more like the Zelgard in Super Wars X? Okay, upgradable like in VNT, and or is it more like the Zelgard in X? Honestly, we keep forgetting the name of the Zelgard from X because it's that...
I legitimately forgot. We were having this conversation yesterday, and I completely forgot the Zelgard. It's like...
honestly, not every Super Robot Wars mech is upgradable. The SRX and the Psybuster... the Huckbane was not upgradable, but it differs. I think the upgradable mech is more of a new concept for the original mechs. Okay, the Altesian Reese is the big exception to that, because I prefer the upgraded version over the original, and I'm a bit annoyed that the high grade that the Altesian, a mech I've wanted for a very long time, is not coming as its upgraded version.
Do what you can, the best you can, is our president's catchphrase. That is a good catchphrase.
Heki Hitchara.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Everything's fine.
You think IBO should have been in the main story instead of DLC? I have said as much on Twitter. I'm not mad about it being in as DLC, because the way this entire game is structured, IBO would not work as main story content unless they went multiverse. But if they're doing single universe with which possibly intersecting timelines, that would not justify having the full story in here. So possibly next Super Robot Wars game, maybe.
But honestly, the fact that IBO is getting put into a main game at all just says volumes.
Do I have a favorite original mech in Super Robot Wars? Honestly, the Altesian Reese, it was the first one I saw, and I've been fixated on that boxy boy since forever. For some reason, I want to see Magical Girl Lyrical know how to be in Super Wars, since their power scaling is similar to Symphogear, plus they fire giant lasers. Admittedly, Nanoha would have a lot more defeat equals friendship in here, but...
Like, she would have the Mercy skill, and, like, watch as she befriends the battlefield.
Oh no, watch her use the Mercy skill against Mazinger Zero and deplete its full health to 10 HP.
Zero, it's who's in charge? You are not a Hun. Zero's just like crying mercy.
So the new wanted to see some new Super Robot War. Thank you for your Super Robot review. It let it plain to me by the others available and would be the next one to get. Thank you. That was actually the point. So what do you think of Iron Blooded Orphans? We've gotten through the first season. I haven't seen the second. I know, much as is the second season curse across the board, people have issues with the second season. Granted, I think the one exception to the second season rule is Gundam 00 because its second season is very much in response to the cultural and societal shift the first season set off. So there's legitimate story there. That looks like an IBO character.
Yeah, but this is another OC guy. So basically, it seems like all the students at this 30th Military Academy were gathered underneath this secret underground docking area. Another new character.
Okay, now she looks like a Raildex character. You know, the one from the filler content of Railgun?
It's not a mecha series unless you have a secret underground base where there's like either a robot sleeping or a giant battleship.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways, as I have over here on the second camera, I managed to get an Eclipse Gundam. And it's like, I've just only gotten the torso done because I want to, like, timeline it. And what I've been doing is I'm going to turn this into a custom Vilkis. And this part I've stripped down is kind of important to that because Striker Path ports. And makes it just like, these are spare Freedom Wings. Basically, it's going to be like that. But I'm going to be completely remodding the Freedom Wings so it kind of opens like the Vilkis is. It's like, I really like the Vilkis' design. The Eclipse is literally a Cosmic Era version of the Vilkis.
Oh, hello
from
there.
how it's designed, which makes sense, considering Fukada.
I love her already.
That's the captain of the ship, I believe.
Yep. It's about Grey Valley.
Would you be able to review the Gundam Breaker or the Another Century series? Gundam Breaker, kind of. We have one of the games in the house, but it would be a while. It's like, I'd be more likely to do G-Generation Cross Rays, honestly, but that's just a story mashup, which I kind of don't want to do. Does anyone know a Tokusatsu Super Robot series? I mean, just a robot series, no or very few ground-level monster fights, basically just replace Ultraman with Super Robot. Not really. I think the issue there is squishy humans have to be there because you can only do so much of a suited-up giant robot fight without it being a budget killer.
A journey's beginning.
Digest 17, Giant Robot, and Red Baron were not primarily mecha-focused. They still had the squishy humans focused on a lot of those. It's just like they used them without the whole Super Sentai power-up.
Oh, the entire assigned crew of our battleship died in the battle before reaching the base.
Oh, we're doing one of these.
Whoops.
Do you like Kinnikudu Man? Yeah, Ultimate Muscle? I saw a bit of the 4Kids dubbed anime, didn't really care for it.
Yeah, so that Leanna girl is now the main operator with that Reynolds guy being the executive officer. So
Yep.
now we have a ship full of people that are probably somewhat trained, but they're kind of being thrown into a situation because Kaiju attack.
Also, Des, did you get the Perfect Strike Freedom? Not in stores by us yet. I actually did find the Helios, though, and also the Blazing Gundam for Alexis. Yeah, we missed this. I completely missed this with the actor illusion thing, so that's on me. Pure Crystal in the comment says, I'm surprised you didn't make a comparison between Anj and Hild to Nanoha and Fate, since the same Seiyu, Nana Mizuki, and Yukari Tamura voice both.
Shame on you.
How did we miss that?
Sometimes, like, the most obvious parallels, like, fly right over your head for some reason.
Not in parallels. I never looked up Hilda's Japanese voice actress. So how did we miss that?
That's on us.
Honestly, that explains the kiss and the romance arc so
Yeah.
much.
It's almost like destiny.
You're talking the UC timelines and Lions have only seen the original series, 8th MS Team, and Char's counterattack on Toonami. Keep in mind, that is while it is not an improper interpretation of canon, it's really something that you only see when you've watched everything in absolute sequential order and have context to, hey, the Federation keeps being displayed as the bad guys, but never acted upon in universe as the bad guys.
Oh, we found ourselves the robot. The Huckbane 30.
The Huckbane 30, yes, we made 29 previous models. All of them were, but the first were failures. Why were they failures?
Also, like, look, I like this dynamic sprite work. You know what I mean? So it's not just one static image. It's like occasionally it'll shift perspective a bit.
I mean, the other games did this too. Just it would depend on when and where.
I don't know. I just like the presentation here.
Yeah, they clearly did a lot for this since it's the 30th anniversary. Hell, most of X and T were built off of V, which also had that kind of massive upgrade.
There's a civilian piloting it.
Well, she's a civilian contractor. She gets to set her own pay rates. But yeah, I was most concerned about this game's inclusion of Lelouch the Resurrection and Victory. Otherwise, I was open to basically everything else. Victory does not have a positive reputation. I went over that in the V reviews. It's like, it's made... I feel it's best described as Tomino on spite. On absolute spite. And even he's not proud of that, so...
I told you not to call me sweetie. Days will do fine.
I want to go with Oz, but...
Oz? Yeah, let's go with Oz. Such a strange name, too.
If they were going for a Wizard of Oz thing over the rainbow.
Also, look at the top part. It actually tells you like what the opponent's strength is versus yours.
Yeah, that's new.
And also having enemy units. Cool.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is more HUDsy than expected before, so they're definitely doing a bunch of animation stuff. Have you tried giving Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s a watch yet? We've been too busy, and honestly, the opening stuff, which... I know they were trying to be jokey, but it kind of seemed like they were being insulting towards fans, because fans really, really hated the Link era if it did not involve legacy support.
Alrighty.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to go into settings immediately after this.
Yeah.
The second they started singing with voices, that was the tip-off that we needed to do that because, yeah, Content ID.
Yep, don't worry, I'll take care of it.
I thought we were going to go into settings first, but we kind of forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not reviewing that sect of the series yet, these enemies are Mazinger enemies that were depicted in Mazinger Z Infinity. Yeah, Alexis, get past us.
I'm trying to, like,
yeah, skip all battles. Alexis?
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, hey. Oh.
Yeah, if the stream goes down, this is going to be why.
Okay.
Not, I wasn't directing that at you. I was directing that at the cat.
How do I pull up the settings?
You gotta get out of the cutscene.
So just go to
You gotta get out of the cutscene first. Ichinana also from Victory.
Also,
Infinity. Hi, Koji. And we're screwed.
yeah, sorry everyone.
We are absolutely screwed. I'm not going to be able to post this up now.
Yeah, I didn't real like. All right, so
Options.
Options. Okay.
No.
Yeah. There we go. I didn't do anything. What?
You put it on autoplay mode.
I hit options. There you go.
No, options for the game. So yeah, we're gonna have to start this all from scratch. I am not doing a retrospective on the Gundam series. That is the entire point of me doing the Super Robot Wars reviews. I even said that at the beginning. I am never doing a retrospective in all these mecha anime. It is only going to be in context of these reviews. Music player, no. Print Scout. Skip. Okay. System options.
There we go. That music volume.
That's obviously going down by default. Post customize BGMs, combat BGM playback, BGM priority.
Combat BGM is. Yeah, I think.
Replace music with another song. Nope.
I think the plus. I think anything with the plus sign, it represents the premium sound stuff.
Yeah, probably.
There's a lot of tracks in this game.
Yeah, there is a lot. To the point that this should not be. Those are both premium? The hell? Oh, this is gonna be such a pain. But there's a reason why we're only just doing, 1 day of this.
Because if YouTube weren't like, you know, trigger happy with the copyright.
Ridiculously trigger happy. Oh, the mythology version's in here too. That's
cool.
But seriously, there should be an option to just default this to one or the other. It should not require me to go through all these hoops. Oh, that's gonna be a pain until... Well, we probably won't get until that
Yeah,
until later.
like, I think we're gonna be able to get through maybe, like, 3 or 4 stages.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see this... There are a massive amount of tracks here. Honestly, on me for getting the Premium Sound Edition, I did not expect it to do this by default. I thought it was going to be an option.
I thought it was going to be an option, too.
There should just be a simple option to swap between the two. Oh, and yes, for Gridman, for people who are going to play this for Gridman, both are here. That one should be fine. These should be fine because they're original Generations music.
So let's get into a battle to see if the trick worked.
Not so much a trick, it's the settings change.
Setting, but yeah. You know what I mean, right?
And hopefully with the background music completely turned down, it will get skipped over, because anytime I played a full battle sequence in the V reviews, it's been the game cover version, and I have not gotten a single flag from any of those. Of course, it would require me to save the music data separately.
Alright, so just get into a fight real quick, just to make sure it's... Well, I don't...
It probably will be less of a problem with, the original Generations music, but still. I mean, with the Mazurka soundtrack playing, I was not going to be able to monetize this regardless. It's just for the live stream and to have the video playable afterwards.
Also, another thing I like is the active, like, health bar depletion.
Yeah, since you can see it. Okay, so I gotta catch up with the chat now. Alexa's controller's right behind you.
Oh, sorry.
What's your favorite Super Robot Wars game so far? V or T for varying reasons. I honestly like the story of V more, but T has a lot of mecha I really, really like. Access settings from the battle... Yeah, we were getting into that. Think you can change the music during a mission. Yeah, just did that. Posted my first stream of this game yesterday. Only got copyright claims. 1 for Jay Decker's music, 2 for cutscenes present in the preview videos. Not surprising. Aware of the Azure Lane collab for Gridman and Dynazedon. I was not, because I'm not familiar with Azure Lane stuff. Find out my favorite anime, Astro Boy. Many of his cartoon, the Heisei era Ultraman shows, including the second favorite Toga series, Ultraman Mebius. Small World. Yeah, writers tend to do that. Opinion the Build Fires and Build Divers series. Like them. Think Re-Rise is up there with the best of them. Other people say the original series. Divers is kind of... The original Divers, though, is kind of terrible. We only got through the first episode because the first episode was that frickin' bad.
Okay, like the way in which the first episode of Bill Divers was bad, it was like the most stock, generic, like you could see the plot a million miles away.
And the dialogue was terrible. It's like a tutorial mission, it's the tutorial stage for a video game, but as an anime. You don't do that. Thoughts on J. Decker being in this game instead of one of the other Brave series like Dagwan? I honestly have no problems with it. I just figured Dagwan would be easier because, okay, yeah, this is the cover version. So we should be good.
That's a question. If Dr. Hell's dead and gone, who's controlling all the Kikaiju?
Obviously, the full Infinity plot hasn't taken over yet, or it's post-Infinity. Why would it be post-Infinity and him being an ancient Nanarine? Yeah, I have no problems with J. Decker being in here. I liked J. Decker. It was one of the first Brave series fan subbed, so there's a decent amount of popularity to it. I like Dagwan.
Oh, and also, sorry to interrupt, but look, it even tells you the percentage of a critical hit about to go off.
Which is very, very nice.
So that way, like, if you're ever in a really sticky situation, you can look at that critical thing and go, oh, I'm probably gonna, like, one-shot this guy.
Or consider, do you want to use a crit booster? Remember you did a watch of Knights of Magic before this came out and mentioned here. Did you find any new ones to enjoy while doing that with others? New shows. We didn't actually watch many new shows and lead up to this. Knights of Magic, Betterman, and Majestic Prince were going to be the three big ones that we hadn't seen before. So, yeah, new favorites is questionable, though Majestic Prince's acting cast, again, I'm surprised I didn't see the Cross-Ange one, amuses us because that has Gokai Silver, 2 Symphogear characters, and what was the other one that was major? I'm forgetting the other one that was major on that list. But hey, at least Yoku Ikasa's finally in a Super Robot Wars game.
Also, look at this. This thing can actually press fire now. It's actually useful.
Somewhat useful. Thoughts on the Fafnir and the Azure series? Never seen it. I have the Blu-rays for it. Haven't gotten to it. Do yourself a favor. Watch Knights of Magic. We have. Or if you're telling the chat that, then fine. Yeah. Funny thing, its first episode starts out with a salaryman who is a Gunpla enthusiast, literally getting hit by Truck-kun and going, no, my unbuilt Gunpla, I'll never get to them. And we were like, we came here to have a good time and we feel so attacked right now. Because I literally have a closet full of unbuilt model kits. I hope the next game after this doesn't use UC Gundam. I think any other Gundam series is fine. It's been kind of a problem with where it's not been since Seed debuted that they've not used a UC Timeline Gundam series. So I doubt they're going to do it unless they go full on board the IBO adaptation.
I mean, like, I don't necessarily hate the UC timeline, but I think, like, it's a very restrictive setting where only certain things are allowed to occur and still make sense. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, whereas if they went with the other Gundam timelines, say, if they wanted to redo Seed from the beginning, they would allow them to do different things.
Like, for example, like a different reason for why the colony is attacked in the first place, you know?
Yeah. The Ichinana is from Infinity. Yeah, I was about to get to that. Thank you, Ray Shadow.
Yeah, he's here. Awesome. He's my friend.
You're tired of Universal Century, but not of Getter Robo Armageddon? Well, yeah, because Getter Robo Armageddon is a 13-episode OVA series that has been used in a bunch of distinct differing ways in these series. And Getter Robo is not in every Super Robot Wars game. UC Gundam is in almost every Super Robot Wars game. And they have Amuro, Camille, and Judao in it almost every freaking time.
I will say that, like, I can kind of understand where people are getting a little bit tired of Armageddon, since in the more modern games, it's, like,
3 out of the 4 so far, and hoping that if there's another mainline Robot Wars game in a few years from now, then they go with Getter Arc, because I think that will be the next one to see the rotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the problem. It's the lack of rotation with the older Getter stuff, but that's also what we keep seeing with how UC Gundam is used. It's always around the Char's counterattack point with characters because Amuro has to be in the new Gundam. So it's kind of prohibitive.
Also, look at this. Look at the size of this lad.
Ray Shadow, Gundam X is horribly underused. It is! In my videos, I explicitly used the scene from the Z games about the X's satellite cannon being used because it deserves representation more. I know it's horrible in the original Macross. I don't want to support Funimation due to the Harmony Gold nonsense. Not as of yet. It's possible it might be coming unless, you know, Harmony Gold pulls up the middle finger again, which is not out of expectations. Because people wanting Devolution at least while Arc was still airing. Devolution has been data mined as possibly being in this game as DLC. So, yeah. Ship. Big ship.
Range.
What do you think of Getter Robo Arc? I liked it. I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't try to give a true, more conclusionary expansion of the ending versus the Saint Shin Getter Dragon, but having them end it on the battle continues kind of ending since the manga was unfinished. I'm okay with that. It's like they added a bunch of other stuff to try and expand the story, so that works.
Multiple H particle impact cannons.
Oh yeah, that gun. That gun.
To make sure it's really dead.
Spirited at that. Is that the transient you're building? And I think you can legally watch Macross on Tubi.
Maybe Macross Plus, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything about 2B.
No, it's the Eclipse I'm trying to build, but between answering the chat and seeing what's going on here, I'm not exactly getting that far on that.
Were concluded, and the ones that we were left with, well, if you're not a fan of Buddy Complex or G-Reco, or barely knew who Watcheru was,
you're gonna have a less entertaining time. Like, X is good for what it does with Code Geass in its post-series, because it's post-series original timeline, but aside from that one bit, and the awesomeness of Lelouch's comeback, it's not exactly great with how it considers a lot of those materials.
The classic.
Yeah.
Beyblades. Let it rip.
Oh no, this isn't a Beyblade. This is a Frisbee.
My god, it's Frisbees, the toy of college dorms everywhere. How do they level up music?
Also, I feel insulted by what you said about Victory. Take it back, and I will not stand for this slander. Victory is the worst Gundam series by Yoshiki Tomino's own admission.
Oh, okay, let's just try to keep things civil here. I will say this. I also did not like Victory. I don't think Uso is a bad pilot, but...
Uso is not the problem with the series.
Like,
I will agree to that.
Yeah. I watched all of Victory because I was curious and to give it the fairest shake possible, and I still did not like it. If that is your cup of tea, then that is fine. I'm not gonna... If you took some enjoyment out of it, more power to you. I wish I could see what you see in Victory, but for me, I just did not like the constant, death, or I felt like there was a lot of more pointless deaths in Victory than any other Tomino series that I saw up until that point, and I just felt like the plot kind of meanders a whole lot, and the finale of the final arc of the whole show just made no sense to me. But
the series is kind of heavily builds on Tomino spiting any attempts at collaboration, as he has said in interviews he always seemed to want with Bandai. Case in point, the Bandai related thing about the ships with wheels. The ships with wheels things happened because a Bandai representative suggested to Tomino, hey, you have a lot of ships in these series. Could we actually see more ship fights in them like we was previously seen years ago in Space Battleship Yamato? Instead, Tomino got the interpretation of, hey, they want to sell toys of these ships, which they never actually did. And so he put wheels on them because toy gimmick. That is why you have ships with gigantic wheels on them. So it's like that kind of creative spite. It's not something I like seeing, and it's part of what learning of that is kind of what turns me off to it. I mean, granted, we're getting a lot of this third party, so what I learned about that might not be completely accurate, but it's the logical explanation for something that was really obnoxious to me on that. And I know about that because of, one, Tomino interviews where he said this kind of stuff happened, and two, it's like, he really, really hates Bandai. Like, the way that other Sunrise representatives hate Takara because of their overbearingness, whereas Bandai tends to be more hands-off. Like, they're in the initial creative process, and then they let the writers actually do their job.
But honestly, at the end of the day, with, like, how, like, messed up the world's been and stuff, mainly the Wings of Light thing, I think that was at least... It gave it something unique. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For what I see, the newer late UC Gundam kits have been selling pretty well. Yeah, a lot of them are basically because they're, what's the phrase? Full-up remakes? It's like, okay, I got all the Master Grade kits for the late UC stuff, and they were all collectively garbage. Like, the Crossbone is the best of them in regards to that, but if you... The Victory and V2 Master Grades, they're basically, you drop them you drop them the slightest bit and they start falling to pieces. Victory does not hold back when it comes to its dark war drama tropes.
Who's the one talking about that?
Badre Bali.
I don't know if that... I'm not familiar with that, but, like,
it's not so much the tropes that are the problem, it's justification in the story.
what's the good... Okay, so in Victory, there's this character named Shakti, right? Who's supposed to be, like, the female lead of the series. And there were a lot of points where she kind of just runs off and does her own thing and tries to talk to her, like this guy named Chronicle. I won't spoil, like, what their relation is to each other for those who haven't seen Victory and are curious. But suffice to say, she does go off on her own a whole lot, and usually when she does that, it results in, like, either people dying or a lot of trouble being made for people. And I personally found that really annoying. I also found it really annoying that there was, like, these group of female pilots called the Shrike Team who, after being introduced, are picked off one by one, and I could never remember what their names are. And I found that so insulting that we could have had, like, a team of awesome female pilots throughout the course of a show being... I would be okay if they were just backup support teams, but see them, like, all killed off, and now, also in fairness, they all died heroically, but the fact remains they still die, and I didn't even get a chance to know them. You know,
it's like they're not. Tomino does not handle those kinds of things well, and it undermines his serious war drama stuff with how those are used. The high grade V2 is stable, yeah. The high grades are not the problem. I was talking about the master grades.
Oh yeah, like the master grade, like whatever you do, never buy the Verka Victory Gundam. Like,
avoid most Verkas. The most stable Verkas we've seen are the the High and High New Verkas, the Sazabi Verka, and the Wing Zero Verka. Macross 7 is actually the popular one. It's just overexposed to say Macross 7. But yeah, it's like Tomino's quirks undermine a lot of the serious Dark War drama stuff that Victory is trying to do. The story does not validate a lot of those.
Let's see what missile canisters are like.
It's like when Alexis and John went through Victory, I literally could not do it with them because I did not want to rewatch Victory. I had that distasteful an experience with it when I first saw it as fan subs, years and years before Nozomi started releasing the DVDs and Blu-ray versions. It's like Predator Super Robot Wars, they usually try and undermine most of Tomino's nonsense and fix what they can, so they are generally better interpretations of the source material, but it's not absolute, and it depends on the series around them whether it helps resolve those issues. Thoughts on the late UC grunt suits? Too curved for my liking. I like harder angles for a lot of these.
Also, A's is adorable. I was always told to be kind to those in need, so I tried. Are you embarrassed? I'm not. No.
Soon.
Although, like, and also to put some more positivity, if you have not watched it, watch Dunbine because that stuff slaps.
Everything about Dunbine works.
Like, it is, like, all the things that would normally annoy me in other Tomino series, because of the context Dunbine exists in, works beautifully, and the ending is, like, such a... Like, it is... I don't know if flawless is the word, but...
It's justified.
It is so justified that, like, the journey getting there is amazing.
In some respects, I kind of see Victory as the attempt to redo Dunbine, or at least elements of Dunbine, in main UC Gundam, and doesn't quite work from that perspective. At least Victory's not Destiny. Destiny is better than Victory.
Don't treat me like a child. I'll be 16 soon, for your information.
And Destiny has better explanation for why it got screwed over, being that Chiaki Murasawa got sick, so secondary writers had to take over from her script notes and series Bible. And one of the main ones who screwed that over is the same guy who was basically made Magical Index Season 3 almost unwatchable with how heavily a story convention it was, and also was heavily responsible for screwing over Callan Kozuki in Code Geass. So it's like, we are a non-seed hating camp in here.
Also, Mitsuba is pretty cool here. She's like, hey, you did help save the ship, and the ship might be our last line of defense to saving the Earth, so... Yeah. She's cool.
So yeah, this is a safe space for seed stuff, and because it really is not bad as the zeitgeist for hating it demanded. Destiny, though, is heavily flawed. It's the borderline between the okay Gundam series and the legitimately bad ones.
Also, look how clean Koji here is. Like, look at this Chad.
We did not get a chance to play the demo.
For one thing, Amuro back then was a big brusque jerk, while you're as cute as a button.
I mean, Amuro does tend to be a jerk, considering he kind of denies any perspective but his own, despite new type psychic powers. So it's like, I think that's one of the big problems with UC Gundam's use of psychic powers. It should allow people to understand each other by putting things in the best interpretation that can transcend the flaws of actual words, so the true meaning of a person's intent can be laid bare. That's how Gundam 00 uses it. In UC Gundam, it's just another excuse for a way for people to argue.
Well, enough about that. Let's focus on the game at hand, shall we?
So you're ever going to explain your seething hatred for Code Geass R2? I have a literally 23-page long review of Code Geass on its own, which I am prepping because I am going to be reviewing X, Persona 5, Royal, and Tales of Grace's F all in the same year. And those have... Okay, X includes Code Geass, and Persona 5 and Tales of Grace's have Code Geass parallels with their main characters, primarily due to actor illusion stuff going on with them.
Oh, Mitsubishi here is coming in with a save. We have no suitable personnel from the Academy to act as pilot. I would like her to serve as the Huckbang 30's pilot as a civilian attaché.
As I was going to be saying, the problem with R2, as can be simplest described, is R1 is... actions proceed from character. A character performs an action, another character reacts to that action, and the story is built from the culmination of those collective events. R2 is story built from the railroading of character. They know the ending they want to achieve, and they have to work backwards from that, so a lot of the time, characters perform actions which are against the previous parts of their presented character, but is a element required because they need to get to the next point in the chain. And this is not helped by R2 being in part overtaken by the secondary writer that, as I said before, screwed over Seed Destiny. What do you think of Akito the Exiled? Well, that was a great way to show that Suzaku was actually the villain of the series.
Mission result. The mission ace.
Or one of the villains, I should say. I don't hate Seed, but Destiny I don't vibe with. I don't argue that. I do not argue that. There are legitimate complaints against Destiny. A lot of legitimate complaints. Even I have several concerning the depiction of characters, which is wildly inconsistent depending on the writer. Because, again, the original main writer for the series was not able to write any of it. So yeah, if I should have said that before. This is a do not hate Seed space, but I have no problems with people having legitimate complaints against Destiny. I apologize for not being clear on that.
Oh, and look at this. AOS update, an information menu under upgrade. AOS stands for Advanced Organic Organizational Operations System. By spending on mission experience points, you can upgrade the functionality of the Dres Traeger's various facilities, boosting the abilities of the ship and your team.
Yeah. So R2 is the Game of Thrones Season 8 problem? Pretty much yes. Because it requires a bunch of characters be complete fucking idiots for portions of its plot to actually happen. It's like, the ending to R2 is really damn amazing, but the more you think about how much they sacrificed to get to that ending, that makes that entry frustrating.
Oh, here we go. Missions with Relic in the name are separate from the main story and reward extremely powerful parts, but they are more difficult than most missions, but they never scale, so feel free to do them whenever you feel your own level is high enough to take them on.
So I would figure before we move on to a next story segment, we take on Relic missions. East China Sea.
Oh, let's combine or brave up.
Oh my, yes.
Okay, let's ask the chat. What should we do?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yes, chat.
Yes, this is going to be...
Yeah, so, shall we see Combattler V, or shall we, meet some Braves?
Gotta wait for the chat to catch up.
Yeah.
Ending works well for Code Geass, but something about it feels off. Again, I have an explanation for that. I am trying not to supersede this review, but it is coming. It is not going to be in 2022, unfortunately. I'm likely going to have to take most of 2022 off because of how bad 2021 has been. Like, we have been working overtime almost every week this year. Like, 2/3 of the year. Easily. Brave up, brave all the way, brave new content, braver police specifically. Yeah, we're going with Braves.
To Tokyo.
New types only have one more channel, psychic power to communicate. Other than that, they're no more efficient than old type in the understanding department. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with the new type psychic power stuff. It's like, it's not really used as a true means of psychic communication where you come to understand others. Honestly, it's kind of my big problem with espers and psychic power children in Japanese media overall, in that they kind of keep getting used the same way. At the very least, with the Rail Deck series, they have a wide variety of power sets by which they're applied, and they never try to do the telepathic communication understanding means of shortchanging all of that.
This guy's name's Rockin'.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a localization oddity or whatnot, considering we know the translation team for this, aside from 1 or 2 points, is consistently good.
Honestly, considering, like, the Mecha series, sure, let's have a guy named Rockin'. Like, maybe because his parents were listening to Led Zeppelin or something.
Yeah. I had to deal with cataracts and glaucoma for my 2021. It really sucks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cure Crystal. I had relatives that suffer that stuff.
Oh, sorry, man. Hope you feel better and all that stuff, dude. Like, I had surgery, like, a while back, and, like, that wasn't fun, but glaucoma? Ugh.
Yeah. So, since I'm on the topic and we're going to get to it, there is one translation quirk of the Super Robot Wars games that I brought up at the beginning of my videos that I don't blame the translation team for, because they were obviously told wrong on this, and it's them spelling Gai Shishio's name G-U-Y instead of G-A-I. Now, the reason this is an issue is Guy's given name, I should specify, is always written with a kanji that to translate it, you convert it to hiragana, which is the characters ga and e, and then into romaji, which is G-A-I. The G-U-Y spelling comes from the katakana spelling of Guy, which is used sometimes for either amalgam words that include a English word and a Japanese word, or for the English words entirely, in which case phonetic spelling takes over. Because Guy and Guy are homonyms for each other, the characters Ga and E in katakana are always used for Guy, G-U-Y. But the katakana Guy is not always Guy, G-U-Y. It can be either Guy, G-A-I, or Guy, G-U-Y. It goes both ways. The kanji and hiragana spellings do not. This translation error, however, originates from the fan subs, which saw a frame of Gao Gaigar the series, which had Cyborg Guy, Cyborg being in English, so that is always in katakana, and the guy besides that being G-U-Y. Cyborg Guy is Gai Shishio's superhero code name, not his given name. And his code name is like that because they're using the homonym as a pun. So the fan subs, because they never checked the transcripts, only the series, to understand that there were 2 differing sets of spellings related to this character, defaulted to the one that applies the least amount of the time as the one they use overall. The translation team went with the fan sub version because the official language translation is not generally available. And it annoys me that this pops up.
Okay, can we just talk about, like, how, like, casual Koji is just white t-shirt and a hoodie? Like, he's so chill.
Yeah, and again, I don't blame the translation team for this. In this, it is a common misconception And as JXI goes on in the chat, Christina and the rest of her team are really, really good. It's just, in the case of the Guy Shishio thing, it's just the one notable mix-up, and I understand them retaining the GUI spelling because there are a bunch of other Japanese characters, especially in Mecha series, named Guy GAI. So wanting to distinguish it and Guy having another way to spell his name, I'm not faulting them for that. It just annoys me.
Oh, the Brave Police Project isn't public knowledge. The Brave Police? This man. This guy. Look at the mustaches on display here.
Look at the mustaches on both of them, and the hair fro to the side.
Like, jeez, man. Our passion will finally bear fruit.
Your face cam is lagging. Yeah, that's a bad webcam. I've been meaning to replace it, but webcams are in short supply at Amazon, so I haven't been able to find one which hasn't been price gouged to hell.
We never gave up on it. We knew that one day super AIs would prove to be an asset. They could change the world for the better.
Also, we have the webcams on a desync because there is desync from us seeing it to lagging on the video capture that you guys are seeing. So the async is just like, it's going to be odd because it's the rates have been odd and different from what we normally expect.
Oh, and this is a bit different. 3G's data was essential in finalizing their frames.
Yeah. JXI, that's an understandable nitpick. Yeah, also because the original Media Blaster's official translation, which they have used the official translations of everything that has otherwise been imported and localized, the Media Blaster's import of Gao Gaigar does spell the name GAI. It's just the fan subs that do it.
Also, look at this tiny little boy.
But I understand not being able to get the official translation and going with what's most available. Again, it's why I don't blame the Super Robot Wars translation team. It's possible that they either did not know and decided to stick with this, or figured the logic that didn't catch the logic to it, which is also understandable. A lot of the original the fan servers didn't catch it, but it's still something that's obnoxious to me because it used to be something well cited in the fandom around Gao Gaigar that, yeah, this one thing about the fan subs is wrong. Could we see 86 in Super Robot Wars?
Maybe.
Kind of unlikely because it's just like spider tanks, but we have armored suit personnel in here and some enemy units are just tanks, so it's possible.
By the way, I love this fact about Yuta. He's like, hey, giant robot man, I'm going to teach you some cool poses.
The issue with that is it's A1 Pictures, meaning it's hard Aniplex, and Aniplex does not like to play ball with others. Guy Maito equals my guy. Not quite, but... Have you seen Valvrave the Liberator? No, we haven't gotten to that one. Though we have heard the Nana Mizuki and...
TM Revolution.
Yeah, Takanori Nishikawa collaboration for the opening theme, and that is...
Also, Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Yeah, we've heard that song, and it is very good.
Preserved Roses? Yeah, that... Nana Mizuki does not miss.
I mean, some of her earlier stuff, but that's the early stuff.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, anybody early in their career is gonna, struggle for a little bit.
Yeah. So we actually were out hobby hunting because Alexis had the short hobby hunting trip because Alexis had a doctor's appointment yesterday. We saw the Deckard model kit from Kotobukiya, and $70 for that? No way. The J. Decker one, which is the full combination, is the same price as that, whereas in the second one, you just get the Max Cannon add-on and Deckard individually. That's, like, way overpriced for that. Thoughts on Super Eye given the okay to use Dyna Xenon for future Super Robot Wars? I think that'd be more up to Studio Trigger, but Studio Trigger is basically the replacement Gynax, so considering Gridman's here, considering Anime Ultraman's here, it would not be surprising. Hell, it could be DLC in further expansion packs for here. Yep, see anything Fate-related. Aniplex has a stranglehold on that. Primarily in Western import, considering Fate is its own zeitgeist in Japan.
Oh, this little kid's like, no, don't wipe my robot friend's mind.
So since you hate Akito the Exiled, if you could make it, what would you do differently? I didn't say I hate Akito the Exiled, it's just the Code Geass spin-off that quantifies that, yeah, Suzaku has no moral high ground considering the way he helps/uses Lelouch to take down most of Europe.
Yep.
It's like, if you're justifying Lelouch, an interpretation of Lelouch that's lost his memories and is acting as if he was raised completely Battalion is the better version of him to do all that and using it for his own gains to subjugate Europe for his own glorification. Yeah, no, he's really not the good guy he claims to be. Just what happens to Euphemia not being involved in that? Yeah, I don't hate Akito the Exiled. It's just like, I don't really care for it's not to say, I don't, when I say I don't care, I don't mean I hate. I don't care as in, I did not engage very well with Akito and... Okay, I should rephrase that. Layla is an interesting character. Akito and the rest of Wyvern Zero, not so much. What's difficult or dare to mind for this game?
Unfortunately not.
No.
I know.
Wait, that's what happened in The Exiled? Yeah, Lelouch, during his brainwashed by his father point, is made to believe to be a full Britannian under the alias Julius Kingsley. He comes up with a plan to subjugate Europe. Suzaku is his handler.
So, enough about that. We got some robots that we need to take down.
In regards to the crossover aspect of Super Wars, who do you think would make the best father figure for Shinji Ikari? I think Andrew Waldfeld would be funny. I would actually like to see that.
Wait, Andrew Waldfeld from Seed?
Yeah.
That would be funny.
I think that might have actually happened in one of the earlier Super Robot Wars games. Don't quote me on that, because they're not translated, but there have been games where the main Seed storyline stuff happened at the same time Evangelion stuff was happening. At least I might be misremembering that. Again, don't quote me on that, but it would not surprise me to learn that happened in a previous one. It would be hilarious if it did. Otherwise, for father figures, I think he honestly, in V, had a very good dynamic going with the General Super Robot pilots, especially Ryoma, though that could be more of a big brother relationship when you think about it.
Nah, screw that. Ryoma is Shinji's dad now.
Maybe happened on Alpha 3. Yeah, it's possible. I really wish a lot of the earlier games had been translated, and we hadn't had the import blockage, simply because I know the vague idea of how several of them went out, and I wanted to play through those kinds of stories. At least the only game that I can think that includes Evangelion and Seed. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot in Z, for example, which has both Evangelion and Seed in it, but those are more focused on the Gundam 00 and Code Geass stuff being mashed in with everything else. I will never get out of my head the idea of Callan learning to fight in a nightmare while fighting the Votams characters.
Oh yeah, the scope dogs. Like, yeah, that makes so much sense in my head.
Yeah. And of course, V2's saving of Shirley because of the manliness of Banjo Haran.
How manly is this man? He's just manly, okay?
Genesik Gao Geiger is just great Gao Geiger, but chose Genesik to be more creative like Fire J. Decker. Genesik is actually a mutation of the word Genesis, as in origin, considering that the pieces of Genesik Gao Geiger originate from Galleon's homeworld. So it's likely intended to be the original form of Gao Gaigar, thus the genetic name based in origin.
Also, look at this guy, Davis.
The bangs. Oh god, it has
I
been...
thought my hat to you, Japanese police. You would have figured out that the attack was simply a diversion while I attacked your factory, but it all ends now.
No, Gao Gaigar is great Gao Gaigar. Kinda, yeah, I kinda agree with that more. Genesis is Kaiser Gao Gaigar. I agree with that. I can agree with that because its nickname is the King of Destruction, God of Destruction in some interpretations. First, he did focus on Sea Destiny. Okay, my mistake. Again, the non-translated games. Don't quote me on all the specific details. Outside of original generation, how hard would it be to get remastered versions of the Alpha and Z games if Namco would go that route? I think it would depend on Namco Bandai doing that themselves due to fan interest, and then us by proxy getting the localization.
This kid has, like, some stones. He's, like, yelling at a giant robot. It's like, no, you're not taking my robot friend.
Yeah, Yuta was more the standard squishy young human companion for these. Like, most of the Super Robot Wars games is focused on the ones where the protagonists are the pilots or the assistants of the pilots, in Mamoru's case. Whereas Yuta is the human protagonist that is the giant robot's partner, but not actively in the mech.
Well, I think from what I saw of J. Decker, the bigger thing besides bravery is, like, the meaning of heart and, like, teaching AI robots what that means.
JXI, also, Altasen is pronounced in two words, I think. Alt, then Asen, knowing some minor German. If it is, it is. I've heard it both ways. I don't know the right pronunciation. So if Anj is the spiritual daughter of Lelouch and Callan, does that make her the granddaughter of Domon Kashu?
Oh my god.
I mean, kind of.
Oh my god.
I don't remember.
Oh my god.
I don't ever remember seeing Callan's father. He's talked about.
We never see her dad. We never see her dad.
Well, we never see Naoto either.
He's a robot. Of course he can combine.
Not every sentient robot combines, but it's awesome when they do. A lot of them just turn into cannons.
It can combine?
So are they going to do the awesome thing where they have the animation sequence when you show? I'm asking. They sometimes do it, they sometimes don't.
Life is full of hardships. Things will never go as well as you like.
It does mean old iron. Okay, that makes sense considering it's rust coloring.
Oh, look at Koji being a bro here. That word is carved deep within my super AI. That's right, that's what we've all been waiting for.
This badge can activate the combination sequence.
Okay. You have to give it that extra zing.
They know what they're doing. They know what they have.
You have to convey your spirit to Deckard. I'm giving him my spirit? Alright, I got this. Yuta, Deckard, you are brave. I am?
Here it goes.
This combination sequence I kind of like, though.
Yeah.
I love it when they do this. Honestly, when the way Deckard pops up and the helmet covers his head like that, it's like he's wearing a hoodie.
Yeah. Granted, I'm not a huge fan of the when the mech becomes just the base torso of something and the rest of it is kind of just power armor. There are plenty of exceptions where I think it works. The Dag one, the Fire and Power Dag one being two that I feel do it well. Just, it's not every one. Reese is also German for giant, so Alt-Asen Reese is literally old iron giants. Fitting name for an upgrade. Yeah, it does. That does work very well. Also, you realize what that name invokes, right? Superman! I've seen that movie too many fucking times. Seriously, they used to play it every weekend on Cartoon Network.
Also, I love how, like, the... Whack him with a stick.
Whack him with a stick.
Police brutality.
Again, we are on the same wavelength.
Poke.
You think G Gundam could come back in Super Robot Wars games so that Rain could be Sally from Mike Gine Mentor?
Oh, I would love a Robot Wars game where we could sortie Rain and she's in the Rising Gundam and just, like, shooting fools left and right with her arrows.
Yeah. Which is another reason we finally need to get a G-Generation Cross-Rays. Which is another reason why we need to get the G-Generation Cross-Rays.
Yeah. What?
Rising Gundam's in it.
I know.
You can never see the Iron Giant too many times. There's a reason I haven't collected the DVD of the movie. It's like, it was almost a third of a year, I feel like. If not a full year, where they were just playing that movie ad nauseum.
There was a time on Cartoon Network where they played that movie non-stop, and it... Listen, that movie is legitimately really good, but no matter how good a movie is, if you play it back to back to back to back, and you see it multiple times in a row like that, it will definitely dampen your perception of it. You know what I mean?
I think it was even implied that the information inside Galleon to create the Earth-made Gal machines was based on the Genesis Gal machines from a while back, but yeah, that was always the implication, that it was meant to combine with other units. The other units didn't come with it. Mamoru found the other units during the lead-up to Final, and stayed back to fully empower them, while everything else before that happened. 3 laws of robotics do not apply. Force will be used. Death Magnet. Now, there's got to be a premium play order for some of these, though. Oh, that's why his name is Gauss. As in electricity.
Yeah. Yeah, what you were talking all about.
Yeah, I missed that, because talking to chat. It's either watching the Iron Giant or Rover Dangerfield every few hours at Christmas time. Ugh.
Ugh.
But yeah, manipulation of electromagnetism can be pretty damn powerful, as anyone who's watched the Rail Deck series can see. Seriously, Mikoto Misaka creating a giant electromagnetic kaiju out of just iron shavings.
First off, Davis, you're talking about electromagnetism, and you didn't mention our Lord and Savior M. Bison.
Well, yeah, it's just superconductor electromagnetism. Plus, you know, there's other appropriate M. Bison quotes in here. Or Magneto. Magneto is more complete magnetism, not electromagnetism. He has one side of the power set. You said in Getter Robo stuff for Super Robot Wars V there's only one thing more powerful than the Getter Emperor. Do you mind if I ask, or is that a spoiler for a later video? Spoiler for a later video, which we will be getting to at the tail end of November. For people who know, please don't post it as spoilers. It's like, I have an entire big tangent on that, because it is in V, for those who have not played V. J. Decker's Super Robot Pet Labor. Pet Labor? Yeah.
There's something wrong with that statement.
Yeah. Fun fact about that. Pet Labor was very heavily written by Kazunori Ito, the guy who would go on to write much of the first era of the Dot Hack franchise. It's like it's all interconnected. If you think about it, Iron Giant could be a Western version of a super robot. I mean, he was the replacement for Ultraman in the Ready Player One movie, and I feel dirty even making mention to that property. Pet Labor. Thank you. Yeah, I got the Blu-ray collection set, but I've not actually been able to see any of Pet Labor yet.
There's so many things that we want to watch and do, but work kept stealing our time like some sort of time vampire.
At the very least, we've been paid a lot this year, so we're not hurting for money.
Well, I mean...
Okay, you had a few weeks of losses because of your surgery, but in general, we're better off than we would have been had this been a normal year. That is not wrong. J. Decker is if Jazz gets a super mode too. I mean, technically, Transformers Super Link has him have a combination where he's either the pants or the shirt. No, wait, well, okay. No, wait, that was Wheeljack, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Wheeljack. I thought there was a police car-themed character in the Chron trilogy that wasn't Red Alert.
Oh, heck yeah. J-Buster rifle mode.
When you absolutely, positively need to beat the bad guy in style, Super Cannon.
You're under arrest. Come with me quietly. Holds out a giant handgun. I love these animations. They're so clean. I think I got him.
In Super Link Air the police car was Prowl, while the Wheeljack was renamed to Downshift for some reason. Yeah, because they already used the Wheeljack name in Transformers Armada.
If you do not cooperate, the 3 laws of robotics will not be applied. Use of force has been approved.
And the English localization used different names than the Japanese version of Armada and Super Link.
Yeah, so apparently, like, the Brave Police in this game is being used as a substitute for the Gao machines that we saw in Better Man vs. Gao Gaigar.
Yeah. Hey, Shinta, question. Have you ever thought of reviewing Namco x Capcom and the Project Crosszone series in since they're connected to Super Wars or G-Series? Funny story about that. That's all I'm saying for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other series that could work with Armageddon other than Gundam X, Gurren Lagann, or Blue Gender? I can't think of any other series as post-Destroy Earth setting. I honestly think post-Disaster Timeline with IBO would be accepting towards it.
The thing about J. Decker that I think people really like is that Commissioner Saijima, like, he's that combination of by the book, but also being a massive dork.
He's extra.
He is extra.
So why does J. Decker look like a Gundam cop? Super Robot designs. It was designed by the people at Sunrise, so...
Gundam Cop.
I mean, they obviously Takara designed the toys, but there was intergrouping. Not that's the wrong phrase. There was discussion about designs between companies back then, between animation designs and the original toys. Like, Sunrise had to use a lot of pre-existing Takara mecha when in the earlier Brave series entries, so it's a toss-up sometimes on what sees feature. Like I mentioned, the Kiryu and Goryu being based on Transformers Zone figures, but it's inconsistent about that.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, you just roll that back. Hikaru.
And the others are gonna be so jealous. Oh my freaking god.
Reference to lead into the Ray Earth girls.
Please.
The Ray Earth girls are nice. If you've not seen Magic Knight's Ray Earth, please indulge in that, assuming the Blu-ray is available.
Hello, yes, I am a car. I am the kit to the Night Industries 2000. I mean, Deckard.
Two of the main characters are played by Wendy Lee and Bridget Hoffman.
He uses the detective, that robot is his informant, and he is going to join you guys? What is going on?
90s anime plot.
Oh, do you have any relatives? A's? Oh.
I'm betting a lot of people lost their families in the events of the last several years here.
Yeah, it's like in the span of 10 years, like 3 apocalypses pretty much happened. You know?
Are we counting Lelouch taking over Schneisel and Lennelly's plan to nuke the planet in that?
I mean, like, I can only imagine living during this time and then realizing that God does not exist because all of this is going down.
Avoid the Magic Knight's Ray Earth OVA. I actually know nothing about the Magic Knight's Ray Earth OVA.
Like, yeah, do you mind talking about, like, why to avoid it? Like, I'm curious, because I know nothing of it.
Yeah, it's like, I'm curious about it, but I know nothing about it.
I love it when robots do this. This is my human friend. Jay Decker is a handsome lad.
He has a really good look to him.
Yeah, I like the cut of his jib.
Especially the crest. Like, there's a reason why I went all in on the base Kotobukiya kit of him and Goldran, because I don't think any of the main Brave series mechs look bad. At least in animation model. The toys are a bit more iffy, because older Takara molds.
Additional content.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We got the first pack of DLC stuff, so... Okay, from JX side, the OVA basically does a completely different story from either manga or original anime. It's weird. Should did Britannia take over Japan when guys like Koji are around with super robots, or did I miss something? Because these are set in post-series, a lot of the games for Super Robot Wars don't really consider those ideas. Like, when they're first introduced, they are considered. Like, in Super Robot Wars V, there are technically 2 Japans, and Britannia took over the one that didn't have Mazinger in it. But yeah, I figure it's like, it depends on when the timelines intersect. Mazinger Z Infinity is set 10 years after Mazinger Z, the original series, so that is actually a good question, because they would have been originally...
Oh, that's why we need to update these facilities, because look at this.
Minus 10% to unit upgrade costs. Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, okay, this is a cool mechanic.
Yeah, so, Britannia's original takeover for this timeline would have been around the time Mazinger would have been active. Inaccessible.
The raging winds of battle.
Shroud sends one Combattler V's home at the Nambara Connection.
I've been waiting for this. I really do enjoy Combattler V.
Yeah, if you've not seen Combattler V, you're in for a thing.
Okay, so the first half of Combattler V is like straight fire, like really, really good stuff for the time. The second half,
Second half loses the plot for a bit, because, well, wanting a younger demographic to be part of the audience is the most mild way to describe it.
fourth grader and his robot detective, huh? Look at her face.
Smug.
She's... That might be a bit difficult.
They usually plan about bunkmates having 4-meter height differences.
Sorry, kid. Aww. Hangers aren't supposed to be fun.
Yeah, they can be dangerous. Like, what if something falls and kills one of the squishy humans?
That's such a fourth grader thing to say. They should make it fun. We could make as decorations and... No! Aw, that's cute.
Big Sis Oz is in the house.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh, way to go, Yuta. You just got adopted by...
Okay, thank you. I find it laughable that Britannia could take on Gai Shishio. Oh yeah, that's also technically 10 years back. Or the Better Men.
It's like...
Yeah,
Like, I can just imagine Shinaisa, like, rolling up to Gao Gaigar and Guy's just like...
yeah.
It's like, you what, mate?
Clench your teeth.
What?
Honestly, I had browsed crossover fanfiction pretty regularly, and I'm amazed that Code Geass has not actually mashed up with that many super robot works. I mean, the occasional Gundam influence crossover, I've not actually read Insurrection of the Shooting Star, but I've heard it's really good. And that's a Gundam Wing crossover based from influence of what the Super Robot Wars Z games did. But yeah, I'm surprised that with Code Geass's settings, people don't try to mash in more odd super robots. Probably because it would completely wreck the nightmare setting, but it'd just be funny to see that kind of stuff.
So Captain Mitsuba is actually going to be taking responsibility for Yuta, including the schoolwork, but Oz is like, I just wanted to play the big sister for once.
Does Combattler V and Gundam have character designers in common? Was Combattler V a Sunrise anime?
Yes, it was, actually. It was actually a joint production between Sunrise and Toei.
It was like one of those. It was it was the first in the Robot Romance trilogy, starting with Combattler V, Voltes Vive, which apparently is really popular in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, and rounding things off with Fighting General Daimos.
Yeah, I'd seen not bits, but I'd seen a lot of love for what was this? I'm terrible with the trio's names. Second one again?
Voltes.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of love for Voltes 5.
Yeah.
From people buying up those figures religiously.
I can't wait to tell the guys that the Koji Kabuto is tutoring me. You'll have a lot to brag about to your boys. We're about to reach the Umbara connection. Oh, I don't know about Combattler V.
57 meters tall, weighing impressive 550 tons. Its
Yeah.
mighty body roars as it soars in the skies.
He and Ernie are gonna get along.
Yeah, when we get to the Knights of Magic cast.
Ernie is gonna, like... He's adorable.
He's gonna go fanboy squee over everything.
That's probably, like, the best kind of character that you would want in this situation. Like, an actual character who fanboys, because that is actually his character, not because, like, a writer says he's doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the Hell Uprising with the Mazinger stuff happened, at the same time the Primeval stuff in the One Year War happened, and then Britannia took advantage of the weakness that happens after all those wars to do their little takeover of Japan. But then again, in a setting like this, the problem is, like, a lot of Britannia's actions, besides, as a country, are motivated by world conquest schemes facilitated by Securidites.
Oh, Sam, Neo Zeon.
And Securidite isn't exactly as important a thing in these settings because they have other superconductor materials.
Yo, it's Hyoma. What does Neo Zeon want with us?
Early .NET games are a lot harder than the GU entries. Yeah, that's kind of just game development. Does Code Geass Paladins of Voltron count as a Super Robot crossover?
Oh, hey.
Kind of, yeah. Considering it's technically based from Go Lion. I mean, okay, the Legendary Defender's less so, but base of base.
Hyoma's a cool character.
You know, Army should give bonuses to any kind of maintenance, engineering, and upgrade. Because, come on, he salvages. And we're gonna get another combination sequence, I can just feel it.
Hold up, Hyoma.
Red Oni, blue Oni.
Yeah. Also, this guy is does the most impossible trick shot you will ever see in an old anime. Like, it is straight up, that is not how guns work.
It's a good question. Why are Go Line Voltron not part of Super Robot Wars? I think they might have been at one point, but it would not surprise me if it's a licensing issue. I have no recollection of whether Go Lion has ever been included or not.
Oh, here we go.
Volta's 5 serves as a symbol of revolution in the Philippines during a time when a corrupt president is running the country.
Oh, look at that.
That's actually interesting to learn.
Let's go party! I love this combination sequence.
It's when combination sequences were new, so they could go kind of odd.
It's bonkers, but I love it.
Go Line was part of Super Robot Wars. Super Robot Wars Double. Thank you for the confirmation. Yeah, I don't remember much of Double, honestly. I didn't think I saw much of the clips beyond Tekkaman.
This lad. You're about to get yo-yoed.
For those who have not seen, or do not know, you will see.
Sitting on shoulder will have to move to plan B.
No, that's Plan C.
Oh, this poor soldier thinks he could take on Combattler V. Here we are. Oh my god.
All 5 of them?
Yeah!
Okay, yeah, that makes this thing insanely powerful.
I love this. Also, them translating Chodenji Yo-Yo as Super EM Yo-Yo, that still works.
Yeah, Denji can translate as electromagnetic, and then just shortening it, it works. You're like Kenny Lauderdale. Never heard of them.
Oh, yeah, I like that guy. Oh, look at the way this guy's approaching. He's so menacing. He's coming to get you. I love 70 super robots with their ridiculous, like, oh, sure, I'm gonna throw yo-yos at this guy.
Basically, Shirabe as a mecha. It wouldn't surprise me if this actually was the influence for Shirabe.
Or, like, you know, her using yo-yos later.
Yeah.
I would so want to see, like, that interaction.
Overgrown piece of junk.
Oh
no, we're gonna
oh,
get at me with a baton that emits a tiny axe beam.
Look at you! Look at you, Mr. Zeon! Here it goes! Man, these guys suck!
Yeah, they kinda do. Is there any moment in Super Robot Wars V where Lock-On, Kurtz, and the other snipers compare skills? I honestly don't remember. I don't think they did. If anyone else in the chat has played V, feel free to correct me, but I don't recall that happening.
atomic burner.
Shirabe Tsukiyomi, one of the main characters of Symphogear. She's basically the pink one who has armored pigtails, and her relic theme is a buzzsaw.
Yep.
Or rather, a saw she counts as a buzzsaw.
But yeah, Shilashigana, like, from my understanding, the relics could have taken, like, any form, but in her mind, it takes the form of a buzzsaw. And Shirabe, like, does some things with buzzsaws that you never would have ever imagined. Like, she can turn them into shields, she uses them as roller skates, she can even, like use them as like a giant pinwheel form of transportation and just drives around everywhere.
She's the quiet Kudere counterpart to the outgoing Kirika Akatsuki, aka Des Girl.
Whose weapon is a giant scythe. Or not just giant scythe, just anything scythe in general.
Kuroro Gunso references Gundam a lot. Funny comedy. I never really got into Kuroro Gunso, but they have a lot more reference humor than just Gundam.
Oh, I can't wait to pull this off.
Oh, yeah.
Tweeteretta!
Something like that happened in Z2 with Gain and Lock-On. Yeah, that sounds about right. If they'd done it once, they're later developers less likely to do it again.
They make Combattler be so menacing, like this big man is coming for you.
This gigantic old man. How will he ever compete with the newer hotnesses? Gigantically menacing.
I love it how the soldier's like, how much is the fucking thing? I'm not getting paid enough for this.
You're getting paid?
I love it when in universe, even the soldiers are going, why?
What is your reaction to the Symphogear and Kira Major collab earlier this year? I kind of thought it was a good idea. It's like, I liked Kira Major.
Alright, we're not going to be able to show off the, let's see, if this hits, we won't be able to show off the true finisher of Combattler B. But
We can always come back to it.
Yep.
I think they'll collab with Futo Private Investigator next year.
I would love that.
I would honestly like to see that.
Like, that's the beauty of Symphogear, is that, like, they can cross over with almost anything, and because they, in the mobile game, they introduced the, Gjallarhorn system, they can go wherever they please, and it will still make sense.
Also, for the reaction of the entire collective fandoms, no homo, all the homo!
There is so much homo.
And we ship it. We
Philip
ship it
and
so
Shota-
hard.
Philip and Shotaro are so gay, and don't you deny it. Oh shit.
And there's more Hell Army. You know, if Dr. Hell is not alive in this, it would not surprise me if possibly the Bettermen were influencing them.
Oh, it's one of the Kikaiju from the Hell Rising 10 years ago.
But yes, I would like several things to punch Mazinger Infinity in the face. There we are.
Oh, damn! Yolo with the shade!
That is some serious shade.
Jerk.
Look at this. He's gonna risk his life to help us out. That makes him a good guy in my book, human or not.
So he's a jerk towards Mazinger, but likes the brave police.
Well, no, it was more like he was just like throwing some casual
Shade at Koji, like, man, it's like, man, you could have. Did you do your job that the first time? But
well, okay, I got the interpretation, but because he was using his growling face. You can get that, right?
I can see where you would get that, but basically, like, Kyoman's just happy that people are here to help.
Mm-hmm.
Robot, person piloting a robot. As long as you're trying to help out and putting your life on the line, you're cool.
Feeling that Tsubasa would be fun to see in Super Wars along with other Symphogear girls if just for the fun of seeing her interactions with others.
I would just love it simply for it's like, Zaku, what's that tiny little girl doing over there? They're not gonna do anything to us.
Honestly, just seeing the counterpart characters of the voice actors interact would be hilarious.
Imagine if like Boss Angel and Symphogear were in the same Robot Wars game, and then you would just get Anj and Tsubasa constantly going, "What?"
Laughter Franklin and Maria encountering their Majestic Prince counterparts.
Yeah.
There you are. Drop the part.
Hopefully the chat's having a good time.
It seems like they're being pretty decent. I have a question. What are your thoughts on Shin Getter Dragon? We have a thing. Yeah, that thing is menacing early on in the Armageddon OVAs, and also that build-up. Like, that build-up. Like, seriously, its actual later debut, top 10. Top 10.
Look at this thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a gigantic barbarian. Never watched Symphogear as well as I know they appear in a game called Superior and Chronicle made by Ben Presto and Synchro, same director for UF5Ds. And yeah, you should watch it. The first 2 seasons are available from Discotech. They did a really good job with those sets. Its debut in Super Wars 2 was great. Shin Getter Dragon. Oh, you mean true Shin Getter Dragon instead of the Dragon Shin Getter Dragon. Oh, yeah, I like that one too. The true Shin Getter Dragon. It's the color contrast and the body morphing. Zark is done with, do you think we'll see any other Gutter Robo series like Devolution, Hein, and High in animated form? Possibly Devolution, considering that manga was relatively well received, but I've never heard of Hein and High. Alexis?
Oh, they're talking about Get a Robo High, like, it's the, one where it's Mahjong.
Ah!
It's the one with the all-female Getter team.
Ah! Yeah, Alexis knows more about Getter than me.
I have one with the Getters with me.
Like, I basically just seen the older crossover movies and all the OVA series that Discotex released. It's like, there's a, 4-hour everything you need to know about Getter Robo video that I just have not gotten to.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I've been told it's really, really good.
Yeah, for Mr. Cheese, yeah, he did a really great job with that video. It's like a giant, not just a Getter Robo, but it's like the entire Ken Ishikawa perspective, and like seeing it like really put into context what Getter was not only about, but like how influential Ishikawa actually was.
Is there any character in mech anime outside of Code Geass who you think would be appropriate to call Suzaku on his nonsense? Basically, half the cast of Seed would do really well in that call-out. There's a lot. It's hard to just pin it down to one, but it was a common moral call-out in series past it. So the Celestial Being team would be good at it. Cross Angel's team would be good at it. Who else? I want to say Goro Taniguchi's next... Oh, the Gunsword cast would be good at it.
Which is in this game.
Which is in this game.
And I do know one thing,
When we first see Callan, she's palling around with like a certain man that we know.
Oh.
I love like shooting targets from like a long distance because it's like you can't hit me.
Camping. It's a legitimate strategy. Yeah, the Getter Row perspective includes everything from the manga to anime and release order. I'm actually embarrassed I haven't gotten to it, but it's been that kind of a year. It's in my watch later list. I swear I'll get to it eventually, but as far as I know, I don't contradict much in the way of Getter stuff. It's like I was mainly more advertising. Hey, I've seen these things. I think Armageddon's really good. I've heard most people really like Armageddon. That's my perspective. That's the perspective I went into with the V reviews, because I don't claim to know everything about all the mecha series. It's just present it. Here's my thoughts on it. Here's some of my validating evidence that I had accessible. Here's my opinion on a few of these creators. Yada, and go from there.
All right, I was waiting for this.
Arc will certainly debut in a main Super Robot Wars game one day. Hopefully they give a bit more of an ending than Arc had, but I understand if they just want to... Well, obviously they have to, because multiple contents, that you can't end on just that one thing.
Yeah, Chodenji Tatsumaki! I also love how they space it out. Denji Spin!
Yet another variation of the Giga Drill Breaker, long before the Giga Drill Breaker was invented.
Like, Robot Mecha History is just one long series of who can drill a guy in the hardest.
Phrasing.
But yeah, the Chodenji Spin ate up a lot of energy, so I don't think that's going to be a spamming move right now. That is like a true blue finisher.
At least until we get upgrades.
Yeah.
The Unicorn Manager would talk down to him and treat him like Riddy. Riddy kind of gets off for what he does. And the annoying thing about that is they're both voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. I mentioned that in the V reviews, but it's still obnoxious. And here's the thing. That's the third... Yuri Lowenthal has voiced no less than 4 mecha protagonists. Banagher, Suzaku, Simon, and the anime version of the pilot for the Psybuster. Like, they use a different character than the Masaki... than the canonical Masaki for the anime appearance of Psybuster. So it's technically a different character, but Masaki Ando, that's it. I was struggling to remember. And that anime is not terrible, but if you go expecting Super Robot Wars Psybuster, you're going to be disappointed. Tried to watch Armageddon after you brought it up, but I could not ink into it. I've heard that happens. It's like the first 3 episodes are on a setup tangent for everything that follows. So
And also let me put it this way: Armageddon, I still really enjoy, but it does require like some knowledge of Getter Robo to like.
It drops you in.
It drops you in so blind.
It drops you in blind.
It drops you in so hard that like that learning curve is super steep. So I totally get that.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah. Oh my god, Ryo and Tetsuya are like the senpais to Hyoma.
You mean Riddy? Yeah, we mean Riddy. Yeah, Riddy is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal.
Oh, okay, I like this.
Yeah, sorry we weren't clear on that. We were referring to Riddy being voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, not Banagher being voiced by Yuri Lowenthal.
Ryoma Nagare and Tetsuya Tsurugi, they train the Combatler team.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Remember when they had Hyoma? Let's not bring that up. I just feel sick thinking about it. So I actually really like that because the Combatler team was like, still they weren't young teenagers, but
they were in that proto-archetypical half the cast kind of seemed like jerks kind of thing.
Well, regardless, like Tetsuya and Ryoma being like instructor buddies, like yeah. I may not be the brightest bulb in the box, but I know how to throw a fist. I got that. Oh, look at this bridge.
That is a unique setup.
Reynolds like, oh, this Hyoma guy, I heard he's gonna be like a...
What are your thoughts on Zelgard? I think we kind of went into this earlier. Zelgard is okay. It's not horrible that it doesn't have upgraded forms. A lot of Super World Wars mecha do not have upgraded forms. It's just like a lot of what it does is like super magic based, and it kind of seems underwhelming for the magic base, especially if you're one of the people who got the game on first release and you had the Psybuster as playable through most of the game. It's like it does not compare well to the Psybuster. Doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, but it's underwhelming. It is definitely underwhelming.
Oh yeah, here we go. Pre-order.
I find it funny that the English Lelouch is in Persona 4 while in Japanese Lelouch is in Persona 5. Yeah, everybody kind of makes that joke. Which is exasperated by how you can kind of see Code Geass parallels all over Persona 5. Like, not to say Code Geass is everywhere, that's dumb.
Like, I played Persona 5 Royal with the Japanese track on. Man, that made the game even better than it already was.
It's like you can see prior characters in a illusionary remix. Illusionatory remix.
Oh?
Oh?
Nice.
Resources.
Yeah, we're starting off nice and pretty.
Very nice and pretty. SP Getter. The unbelievably rare part. So I heard you dissing on Mazinger Infinity. Any reason why? When?
Yeah, we like Mazinger Infinity. No, what Davis was saying. Oh, what he was saying. Oh no, when he said I wanted to punch Mazinger Infinity in the face, we're talking about the actual unit.
The actual unit. Yeah, when it's taken over by Dr. Hell. You know, because you actually do punch it in the face in the canon of Mazinger Infinity. That the super rocket punch when Mazinger Z is infinity powered. You literally rocket punch it into explosion. We have other mechs with rocket punches in this game. I want to rocket punch it with other things. Like, I want to Goldion finger it when Genesis Gao Gaigar gets in here later. Simply because, when we played Super Robot Wars T, I don't think either of us ever had the Star Gao Gaigar versus Infinity matchup. Do you remember us doing that at all? Because I basically remember killing it with the Mazinger Z.
I think so.
How cool would it be if Mazinger Zero, Mazinger Emperor G appeared in the style of Mazinger Infinity? Hopefully we'll get kits of them in that style one day in the Infinitism line. Hopefully so. That's kind of on our wish list for Zero to get an Infinitism version, because the actual figure of it is ridiculously expensive. Like, we're not paying $500 for a single kit. Or a single figure, I should say. Not after the last one. What is your opinion of Gridman in 30? Baby Don Don. That's all I really need to say.
Look how many credits we got.
There's lots. Probably enough for some good facility upgrades.
Yeah. Oh, this is how we actually boost up the Dress Traeger's stats. Look at this.
+1 move is essential to any unit in these games. E24. Immediate, Hood's back. What'd you miss? Unit upgrades. Lots and lots of unit upgrades. We're skipping upgrading the Ichinana because it's gonna get swapped out for the Mazinger later, right?
Yeah.
Force the fingers only on the trigger for right hand. Oh, there they are.
So yeah, we're going beyond the main computer's waypoint lies a city of kaiju and unanswered questions.
Yes.
Ooh.
Gotta say, I love the... True Wise Gamer says, gotta say, I love the Huckbane 30 design. Looks way better than the ones before it. I'm a bit partial to the classic design, but I do not mind the 30 redesign.
Honestly, the Huckbane being like the main AC OG mech for the game, like that makes so much sense because that is like a very popular.
Yeah, and it's not like you can, like, redo the Psybuster very easily. Oh no, it's the boob alert.
What's that noise? Uh-oh. Oh snap! Our ship's moving on its own. Uh-oh. Awakening. Yeah!
Literally in this case. It was all just a dream.
Utah. The hyper agent. Yuta Hibiki. I forgot that's his full name.
Yeah. It's like you have a tough time trying to find a bad character named Hibiki. Now you can sometimes find bad spirits named Hibiki, but that's just the brand. Some people don't like them. Also, Rika's mom being voiced by the same voice actress as Haruko Harahara, that was funny.
Oh crap. The kaiju, you don't see that? What?
Come on, man, this isn't an Ultra series.
I'm so done with this. What happened today? Why was I asleep in a girl's house?
Phrasing.
Like, are we friends?
It's weird that both someone doing a video game live stream and Gundam modeling. Here's the thing, I am behind on so many things that this is part of what I'm going to be doing while Alexis is actually playing through the full game when we've stopped streaming. We're not streaming the entire game. We're not stopping for that. But on top of this, after I'm done finally building the Eclipse, because I need to do this for a different project I'm working on, I'm gonna end up trying to jailbreak a PS3 so I can play a different game with the Japanese patch.
Great, man. Nope. Is that a meme or something?
That line does not work.
I love that line, actually. I disagree. I love that line. Baby Dan intensifies.
Already said in the chat. Never thought my Transformers knowledge would come to play, but Gridman 4S Gridman proves me wrong. I know, right? Almost every character is a Transformers reference.
There she
specifically the
is.
Shattered Glass.
There she is. The kaiju gremlin. I'm not doing a bit though.
In Sakura's in Super Wars 30th DLC, would they make it a Project Crossrun reference since Sakura in the game had been to other worlds' realms? Well, the other worlds thing is not canon for some, non-canon for others. Like for Cosmos from Xenosaga, it's apparently canon, but not everybody.
It's an actual kaiju! Rika looks done.
She is done. She's done with this day.
Yeah.
I was not prepared for today. That's him.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
There he is! Special signature to save a soul.
Oh, that's showing up early. I think what's going not bad, honestly. It feels very nice. Hell, the weight of the box was impressive, like in and of itself.
Oh, and Chad, how hyped were you when you heard that Gridman was getting put into this game?
I squeed.
This is like a legitimately awesome thing, like a Super Riot property.
Probably because they have honestly, it's probably because they have such a good relationship with Trigger.
Yeah, but it's like there's just something like Gridman's appearance is like a mark at the beginning of like what we could typically put into a mainline game really changing. You know what I mean?
Truly expanding.
Yeah. Because Forest Gridman is a mecha series, like, no two ways about it. It's just the way it goes about the mecha business is different, is all. If this was the Ultra series, the Kaiju would have a weak point.
Go for the neck.
I think a lot of the budget also went into the animation stuff for Gridman because they had to completely.
Yeah, they have to do a pseudo anime style for its. Okay, it's all anime, but you know what? Since it was in CGI, they don't exactly have the smoothest character model, considering they have all those how to phrase this, internal movements to match how it was animated. Like it wasn't janky. It was there were like micromuscular movements.
Yeah. But I had to finish off Pikachu the only way you can. Here we go.
Beam!
Boosh! I think it's about to explode.
Oh, the reality that they're likely going to use the Neon Genesis Junior High School students translation in here.
And then they're like, okay.
Guys, my annoyance to that is Genesis always translates as origin, whereas Shinseki generally means new generation. And since it's an Ultra reference, new generation makes more sense, since new generation Ultraman. Speaking of Speaking of Gup, I got the MG Freedom 2.0 as an early birthday gift. Any advice on how to build it, given that you have the wings of it? I have 3 of them.
Chat, if you did not know, the bad guy of Gridman is named Alexis. I'm not going to tell any computer jokes today, though. They really bite.
Excuse me while I process that.
I love making jokes, puns, and then torturing. I mean, like, blessing my friends' lives.
Someone told you that you can now complete Haseo's toolkit in Final Fantasy XIV? Yes, I am actually aware. I've seen several of those people who have done that, and it's really cool, but I'd rather not give Square more money than I'd have to right now. I'm still kind of pissed off with them.
Yeah, like the school got destroyed, and yet everybody's just acting like nothing's wrong.
DJ Toku, surprised that Dual Parallel Trouble and the Tenshi GXP and War and Gemini mostly series have not shown up in Super Robot Wars. Any theory on why that is? Probably issues with either fitting them in or their owning company. Plus, it's kind of more of a harem series. Like, I love Ryoko, but yeah.
Hibiki? Like, come on. This girl has a cute smile. How could she possibly be deranged? Gridman Alliance? Ew.
The Campbellians.
Those were the bad guys that combat their V.
Right.
So, like, these kids know about that invasion, so...
The real world is still happening here, around here. It's just like,
For some reason, we're in a... Like, they're in a pocket dimension. Oh, shit, hit.
hey, Caliber.
Who is this guy?
Yeah,
Oh,
this is a clear condensation of the first 2 episodes because you have to set up the story properly.
Yeah, I'm Samurai Caliber. Yep, totally an alien. We? My team and I, but first. Done.
A mecha I hope appears in Super Robot Wars again, maybe as a pair of bonus, is Garm Raid. Garm Raid is freaking badass. I've never heard of Garm Raid. There's a lot of Super Robot Wars original mecha that just have flown past me. JXI, wait, what's going on with Square? Oh, I'm a huge CyberConnect fan, and they kind of let CyberConnect be slandered when they left the Final Fantasy VII Remake project.
I'm Yuta Tomonaga. Oh, you thought Yuta meant you. What are the odds that there would be 2 Yutas running around?
Can rise most of the Transformers nods in Forest Gridman, but is the teacher based on anyone like how the Neon Genesis gang are the Bayverse Dinobots? New Generation gang, and I have no idea. Not every... I don't think every Transformers reference was cited in this. When people were going through that list.
An alien? No way. Actually, you might not believe this either, but I'm a police detective.
Ah, Yuta and Yuta. Yeah, you can only really go the warped reality interpretation of Akane's little pocket space
Yeah,
here.
that's weird. Like, yeah, this is weird. Koji Kabuto, oh, like the pilot of Mazinger Z? Yeah, we've heard of him. Huh? That's where most normal people would be going gaga for him. Yeah, this is weird. Ah.
Recently heard a rumor that Super Robot Wars C was supposed to have Transformers in it, but Takara Tomy / Hasbro asked for too much money, so the idea was dropped. It wouldn't surprise me. Most of the Super Robot Wars series inclusions are stuff Bandai already has the license to, so they don't have to really negotiate with other companies for them. Takara licenses obviously have been majorly underrepresented because of that. The main reason the Brave series are in was because Bandai bought the Brave series from Takara in, like, the early 2000s. That's why we got Gal Gaigar Final as an OVA series. That was Bandai produced. Or Bandai financed. And I think they did that because that was, like, the one major Sunrise mecha anime that Bandai didn't own the rights to or help produce.
Oh.
Primal
Primal
Acceptor
Acceptor.
is in the house. was Back Arrow slammed by Funimation? Less slammed,
Oh,
more unsupported.
Yeah, like, I actually watched Back Arrow, and Back Arrow wasn't half bad. Like, the final twist of the series is like a giant WTF.
Which I legitimately guessed out of the
Right.
blue.
But, the biggest problem I feel like Funimation did dirty with the show was they are clearly they're dubbing it, so they care about it somewhat, but, you
The
know,
series has been over for half a year, and the dub is half done at this point.
yeah, something like that, but it's like, why did they not, like, give it any lip service when it was airing initially like they do with anything else? It's like, what Funimation picks and chooses to become their new talking point is so weird, and half the time you don't even remember these shows.
It's like Dyna Zenon mostly avoided this because it's a sequel to an already surprise hit. So you think we'll ever have some of the editors that show up in Super Robot Wars? Depends on if Konami is willing to play ball. I hope they do, since it's on my list of things I want in Super Robot Wars. I would accept them being in the mobile game, but hell, that it would actually gel well with Iron Blooded Orphans again, because Mars is a major point of Zone of the Enders war, since most of the Revolutionary Army of it are from Mars.
A giant? Oh man, I remember seeing heroes like that on TV as a kid.
So many of them referencing Ultras. Yeah, for those who didn't see the interview, the one of the main developers of the Super Robot Wars games is a huge Ultraman fan.
I love this remix for a Union.
Yeah, I like when they go a bit more guitar based.
You look so good.
Think of him trying to leap in space.
Eh, he can do it. That's still Hyper Agent.
Oh no, that means in 5 turns he's gonna lose all his power.
Actually, what does that skill do?
That's a very good question. After achieving map scroll fire for higher plus 10% damage, dealt in plus 10% accuracy.
Cool. Grimmy's got to move.
He should. He's an agile guy. Oh god, a future mecha protagonist whose actual name is Agile Guy. You can't tell me they wouldn't do that.
Oh. My beam proofing is flawless.
Access code. Gridman Carrier. Access code. Gridman Carrier.
Electrifying Greatsword Gridman Caliber.
Actually, I just realized something. Both Aoi Yuki and Yuki Gucci are in this game as heavies.
Heh. Akane. Oh, come on! He's got weapons now!
And Yukiguchi in this version is boy crazy.
Yeah.
Guy from Gal Geiger if he becomes an athlete.
Yeah.
Albert Sugar's Sweet Time actually joining the fight. Yeah, it's because it's the pacing of the series. Oh, and spoilers for later. Auntie is also here as a playable character. Obviously, we need to get through their story stuff before that we can actually have that showcased, but... I've never heard of Virtualon or Cyberbots.
Oh, who's asking that?
Master 01 is asking that, but apparently JXI has replied that Virtualon already showed up in Super Robot Wars.
Oh yeah, I think it was in UX or something.
Yeah, I have never heard of Virtualon.
Oh yeah, Virtualon is like actually an arcade robot fighting game that Sega made.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they actually Virtualon actually appeared in Alpha 3, I believe.
Huh. Well, like I said, I don't know everything of all the rosters. You know, as nice as this is feeling to build, it is going to be a pain to deconstruct it just to repaint all the inner body gold.
Oh, Grid Caliber End.
Yes. The Eclipse, just from its upper torso, has absolute presence to it. It's like it's got shade.
Let's finish this.
Master 01 is surprised that Knights of Magic made it into 30. It's an isekai mecha show. How did it make it into an official roster? Because there have been a bunch of isekai mecha shows already. Magic Knights Rayearth got into T. It's fantasy magical mecha.
Dunbine.
Dunbine was also isekai. It is technically the first isekai anime.
Okay, look at that sword. That's cheating.
Also, yes, Yoshiki Tomino invented isekai anime. When you think about it.
So, thank him for that, I guess.
Like we said earlier in the stream, in case people have come in new, we like Dunbine. We really like Dunbine. Right. How much of that is because of Tomino? How much of that is because of the actual writer of Dunbine? I can't exactly say, but I feel like it's a series where everything works. The Dunbine sequels, though... Who has seen Spoonie and Sage's review of Garzy's Wing?
Don't you dare bring that filth into this stream, young sir.
It's...
No Garzy's Wing. No, that needs to be buried back in the 90s where it belongs.
Yeah, that's a Dunbine sequel. Also Escaflowne, yes. Okay, that's another one I'm blanking on off the top of my head. Was Escaflowne ever in a Super Robot Wars game?
Yes, it was. One of the portable ones.
Yeah, that's probably why I barely remember anything about the portable ones.
Excuse me, young sir. Would you like to join a militia? Like, Mitsuba's just going around like Nick Fury, like, hey, have you heard about the EFF initiative?
Here's the thing about Mitsuba's design that's getting to me. It's Diver May by way of a Xenoblade character design. The other Yuta.
Don't you mean you two?
The other Daryl.
The kicking of the computer screen. It's like, come on! The Federation is not fair!
They were able to get in, so they should be able to get out.
This may work in our favor. If they break into your world, it's only fair that you break into theirs. Is that possible?
Oh yeah, Alexis want to break the boundary. That's going back to Con Digiverse stuff.
Where you can hide out in paradise away from the invaders' prying eyes, or you can make your move to defend it. Alexis's design, though,
which explains differing motivations. Akane rules this town, keeps it safe. It just has to play to her whims versus getting out. That expands Alexis Carib's influence.
yeah, I'm coming with.
It's an after-sales service policy.
The Ultras always work covertly with the SDF in their secret human identity. I love how they kept that fact in.
It's so much of Gridman's identity, you can't separate it without crippling the show.
Yeah. You could stop bringing up Ultra for everything already.
Now, you can do it with Dinah Xenon, if they wanted to do that in, like, the next game.
Everyone knows what Ultra is, even if she's a big shot soldier. How was I supposed to guess she wouldn't? Have you heard about our Lord and Savior? His name's Ultraman Zero.
I still want that. I would still want to see that.
Rika?
Zero, piloting Zero, fighting alongside Zero. Massacre Zero or Wing Zero? Yes. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see DLC 2 with Itsumi's reaction to the
Yeah,
Suit Ultras.
they better see you, Rika. Probably sooner than you think.
Anti/Grid Knight and Duke Fire are both based on Hot Rod and Optimus Prime. Definitely Rodimus Unit Cronus and Shattered Glass Rodimus for Grid Knight. I remember that pretty clearly. I did not know Duke Fire was based on Rodimus, but that does make sense to me.
I love the idea that, like, while they did bring these kids on board, they're like, oh, no, you're still going to school.
Guess Tomino is one of the few people who can write isekai properly. Most isekai I have seen today are bad harem anime. Yeah, you can blame Sword Art Online for that, unfortunately.
Like, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Even if you're a fan of Sword Art Online, you can't deny that, like, after that particular property came out, you suddenly saw an increase of, like, poorly written isekai harem stuff. You know what I mean?
Like, there are good ones. That play with the settings properly, or at least make a fun parody of it. We love Konosuba. But it's definitely a problem that there is a massive oversaturation of those kinds of series. Even Knights and Magic plays against type because the main character doesn't care about the harem stuff. He's a super robot otaku.
Oh, okay, by the way,
And I don't mean super robot, I mean super robot. Sorry, go ahead.
Koji, though, is he part of the package? Because I'm not so sure about him, Caliber. Caliber's our IT, so to speak. He keeps junk running smoothly. Hello. An IT guy who carries swords? He's really into cosplay? Sure, why not? We all got our own stuff going on. Yeah, I mean, we got a living legend, a grade school detective, and a teenage runaway on the team.
I do want to see Ultraman Z appear in the next Super Wars mainline game because it not only features Ultraman, but cool mechas.
Oh my god. Imagine if
The Ultraroid Z plot.
not only that, but what's the next name? I can't believe I'm blanking. The one with the funny eyes.
One with the funny...
Ultraman Z, you know, like it had like King Joe Custom.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one, Savenger.
Avenger, yes.
Like, imagine Savenger just rolling up to some bad guys and being like, I'm gonna fight you.
In my opinion, Saga of Tanya the Evil is one of the better modern isekai. In part because of Aoi Yuki. I'll admit that. Aoi Yuki voices the main character. I've not really gotten much into it, kind of because of the overtones, to put it simply, but I've not... That's a personal thing and not against the series itself.
Oh, we can now carry out operations anywhere within the Earth's sphere.
Harem Jarems look down upon because because they're jealous. Okay, I'm gonna flat out admit this. I like High School DD, and kind of because it both plays into fully, oh god, the ending of that series, but also is subversive in that it actually has a romance plot. And I think that's the problem a lot of harem genre series have, in that there is no romance plot for the characters actually getting together, aside from the assumption that they're all into this dude, and then they're gonna get with him at some point. That's really the problem. There's no romance arc. Rosario Vampire is another good example of there being an actual romance arc, and it teasing the harem, but never actually doing the harem thing.
Oh, and we got the name of our new core unit, Dry Cruise.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, 3 X's.
Yeah. So yeah, I totally get that people are annoyed by the prevalence of the harem genre stuff. It's everywhere, but it has no reason to be everywhere, but it's everywhere. And so many people use it as what's the phrase? they're proxies for the author, so it's a wish fulfillment fantasy. And you know what? If you want a wish fulfillment fantasy, that's fine, but it should not be as prevalent as it is. And I think that's what annoys me about the harem genre more than anything else, in that there is no romance plot to getting them together, and you kind of have to have developments on that front.
So basically, our goal, Earth unification.
It's like, another example, back to the Konosuba thing. It's mainly a parody, and yet its later novels do actually have a romance plot between Kazuma and Megumi. And yet it still teases the harem stuff because Kazuma's a louse. So I made a Rosario Vampire Counter fanfiction, and it's really good. I remember that one from back in the day. It was way, way back. I'm not sure if Leaks is still legit, but it seems like there will be more units coming in DLC 2, like Get a Robo Devolved. Honestly, I just want to see Devolved in action. Devolution in action. And yeah, I've heard about that. We've also have news that Shinkalion is coming in.
Beefy man.
In fact, I'm gonna pull it out. This is Devolution Getter 1 The Garage Kit. It's like, for the audience there, it is a thing.
That is so cool.
Ooh. Oh, we got DLC. The Elemental Lord.
It's time. So yeah, now I've put that back. You guys can find those on eBay if you want them. They're like about the price of a master grade plus shipping. Would love to see Get a Robo Arc and Shinkalion enter the main right Super Robot Wars series, because I would love to see that train mechas work alongside the Ava units. We have rumor that from a data mine that Shinkalion the movie might be DLC for Super Robot Wars 30. And if it's the movie, Ava unit, Shinkalion unit, plus Snow Godzilla.
Also, Masaki, whoa, what the heck was that? Were we just standing around Jupiter? It's definitely the Earth. This poor man keeps getting warped around all over the place. Can somebody please?
Just let him go home. He does not need to be the Super Robot anime version of a slider.
What we always do.
Fight first and foremost. That's the annoying thing about the actual Cybuster anime. The cats are not a thing.
You need the cats.
We've always had cats.
I love the Cybuster theme.
It is so grunge in the best of ways.
It's like a grunge in 90s mix did it. It's just it's so good.
Simulation within a simulation that is trying to discover a reverse engineer a fast means of fighting a realized proto-emperor that has become sentient without and existent without humanity's normal means of evolving the getter tech that is here to destroy humanity for its own ends as the will of the universe. And it's a lot. Do you think Soul Eater and Rosario Vampire need an anime remake because, like, in the vein that Shaman King is getting, possibly, considering both series were ended before the manga did? Way before the manga did.
For Rosario Vampire, absolutely. Since the anime adaptation, from my understanding,
It took more of the cute girls harem stuff and not the
like the tender like romance building stuff. You know what I mean? Like
not the just the romance stuff, the whole societal conflict stuff that was a large part of the later arcs of Rosario Vampire. Like all these monsters that feel persecuted by humanity, so they're going to change things and make a world for them when no, the school's way of building a means of coexistence is the better way. You just need to find the middle ground of acceptance without having to hide yourself. He doesn't have a story to him. I've seen Super War and a little bit of Gunbuster. Yeah, Sidebuster keeps getting inserted not as main series stuff, but as DLC add-on stuff. Considering he's stuck, he keeps getting stuck as a world traveler.
But he has had his own games.
He did start out in his own games.
It's just, yeah, but his lore is like legitimately good.
Yeah, it's just basically he became the Super Robot Wars version of Tsukasa Kadoya.
Like basically, like he just. Oh, and if you got for the guys who don't know, this is how extra Cybuster is.
先手を取るに決まってんだろ。こいつのパワーは
When OT mechs go hard,
充電完了。レンジの追尾セットオッケー。これで終わりだ。コスモノバー。
whoa. I think he's dead.
Isekai smartphone. In another world with my smartphone. Yeah, I've heard that one is kind of terrible. I don't know why people call Shaman King a remake. I call it a readaptation. You know, that's fair, but I think people view it in the remake of the sense of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, in that they skip past the parts of where the original anime appropriately adapted it to get to the stuff that was a bit more questionable in adaptation. Or skipped over. But yeah, at least we can access this thing appropriately this time. So is the Getter Emperor made of Getter Rays? So it's just the Cross-Age Dragons on it. That kind of doesn't work across series, and Getter Emperor basically absorbs everything.
Yeah, like unfortunately with the Getter Emperor, once it actually reaches that point, it is full on Lovecraftian elder god. You can't stop this guy even if you wanted to. You know,
because by the time it exists, it's just too massive, and okay, Diebuster, you might have a chance before it eats a universe, but you know, when it's still on the planet-size scale. But if it gets beyond that, good luck. Whoever's seen Gurren Lagann, the Get Emperor is basically the basis behind the idea of the Spiral Nemesis, or what the Spiral Nemesis is actually trying to reference. Not in those words, because obviously didn't own the rights to use that name, but it's the general same idea. Yeah, spoilers, that's kind of, we asked not to, considering we're going to be getting to that in a few weeks. Sorry if you weren't here for when we said that we didn't want to mention that, because it's a thing coming.
no problem. I need some hot meals and a place to crash. Whoa, Koji, what are you doing here? Hey, damn, what happened to you? You look old. I don't think we've met. I think this Koji is a parallel version, not the same one. I guess it.
It takes all types.
Please don't call me Mister. It feels weird. Besides, we're fighting together, so take it easy. It's good to know every version of Koji Kabuto is a real pal.
Except that one version. We don't talk about him. What about Tekken Toppager and Log, and it could deal with the Getter Emperor? Depends. It's kind of iffy on that. Surprised Pacific Rim hasn't made it into a Super Robot Wars game. It would be an amazing addition. Western property. That Bandai does not own the rights to. That's kind of why.
Ooh.
Any thoughts and ideas that Getter Emperor being the beast of Elia in Fate? Too wild? Property rights.
Oh, Davis, look at this. Not only in Zero of the Black Knights visit a refugee camp, but a trap awaits them.
Oh, great. We're going into resurrection territory.
Or we can just do this.
Mutual trust. Build team peers. Join the Brave Police Shadow Stir. Build Tiger. Yes. Always yes to Build Tiger. I adore Build Tiger. Wait, hold up. Is this the OG Misaki or is this the Misaki from the original 4 Super Robot Wars games? Good question. Like, Masaki's been such a reality jumper, dimension jumper all over the place across so many of these, it's impossible to keep track of what counts anymore.
I don't even think he knows where he's at anymore. He's just like, he pops into a universe and he's like, what?
Like, I'm going to have to prep an entire thing about Misaki, and I had hoped the anime would have helped me out with that, but no.
No, Davis, you're gonna have to make the flow chart.
I have to make the flow chart.
You have to get a freaking whiteboard and like.
How much of a Chad is Build Tiger? Okay, if they do not have the combination sequence in here, you have to look it up because he flexes.
It literally flexes. I don't mean like in the adjective way. I mean, it actually like.
Those are some massive pecs. Indian, because it would be weird if this was also the one that met Commoner Black. Oh yeah, I remember that was a thing. God, I haven't even checked to see if Endless Frontier has Misaki show up, because that would have been one of the more logical ones.
They already need the build team then. McCrane.
Yep.
Howard Joe. Dumpson.
Well, we wanted King Joe powered custom in here, so... Storage custom, damn it. Powered custom is something else. No.
Do you trust humans and their hearts to act righteously and protect the peace?
And in a Universal Century overtoned setting, no.
Howard she out? Uh-oh.
That is a very good question.
That
You see,
Also,
Akane being out, that's not the problem.
also her doing this.
Yeah.
Yay. But, robots, no, they're not really my thing.
That is going to be memed so hard.
You're going through some changes, aren't you? Maybe start looking at girls a little bit differently. Maybe you're actually secretly a superhero.
Yeah, you guys are gonna want to see that sequence on YouTube since it's not here. It's worth it. This not... Since the Ultimate 2019 anime made it in, do you think something like Digimon Data Squad or Cross Wars can make it into Super Robot Wars? Possibly, but I'm not counting on it.
The thing is about Digimon is that, like, you would have to be...
Digimon has its own specific story engines that make it a bit more difficult.
Right, it's, for me, like, when I keep saying Simple Gear for Robot Wars, it's based off of not only the power scaling, but the lore of the show makes it so that if need be, it can be meshed with, like, almost anything, as long as, like, the consistent rules of like their side of things is intact. You know what I mean?
And the characters are insanely heavy mecha references, especially Chris Yukine, who basically is the heavy arms, the double X, the various freedom units. It's a list. It is an actual list of all the mecha references her movements, attacks, and actions make.
Also, the Simple Gear girls can breathe in space. I don't know how they can breathe in space, but they can.
Also, sing in space.
Yeah. Explain that one. How can they sing in space? There's no oxygen in space.
Magic.
I would love that to be in a game, and they're like, you all hear that, right? Yeah, the singing? Yeah, it's perfectly normal.
Well, you see, guys, Mike Saunders the 13th.
There you go.
The two ninjas are based on G1 Chick Shot and Great Shot. Yeah, that was one of the ones that got imported over to the Brave series because Takara mold recycling. Had to dip real quick. What sequence? The transformation sequence for Build Tiger and its upgrade for Super Build Tiger. They are just... yes.
Why is there a tiger on its chest?
Well, you see, the face on my chest is just a decoration. Yes, I know I referenced to Kamen Denno. It's the one quote I actually like.
Well, actually, like, it's just why is there a lion in the chest?
Because it's cool.
Yes, there is no other reason.
All I know is they're being really catty with each other. If you were gonna make it, I was.
Davis, that joke you just made, perfect.
This is our relationship.
He's the brains and I'm the gremlin.
Thoughts on the Hathaway movie? Haven't seen the Hathaway movie. Know the general plot of Hathaway's Flash. I know it's going to vary in some points. Maybe they'll try and give it a better absolute ending. But it's like for people who, if they're going to follow the novel's ending, spoilers for people who didn't see the review where I mentioned it, Hathaway is publicly executed by his father.
Honestly, the way these guys are bantering reminds me of, like, when the Autobots are first starting in a Transformers series.
Mm. The design of these legs, I have never seen anything quite like it. It's like Bandai's been getting crazy with their leg designs as of late. In a good way. The Hack iMac games got announced for remaster. How fast would you throw out money to buy them? As soon as the pre-orders were made available? Like, I literally could not be faster than that. Playing them, however, it's like our game list is a huge backlog at the moment. For example, I have not actually gotten to playing Fuga Melodies of Steel yet. It's like I've been so annoyed at myself on that. The Yowen, the developer I've talked to several times at CyberConnect, actually called me out in a post on it. Like, not call out for shaming, but he replied to me saying, if you, for every week you do not play Fuga Melodies of Steel, one of the children die. It's like, he meant it jokingly, but it was still kind of funny that the developer who I've talked to actually decided to joke about my lateness this year because of work.
Oh dear, Akane's talking with the giant robots. Just, who is she?
She's projecting.
Isn't it exhausting fighting yourself all the time? Oh,
Hi, Auntie!
you idiot! Don't pipe up if I haven't called for you. Yeah, you ruined it. I'm out.
The smile.
Yeah. Punch that girl. Also, this chin.
That chin. That pointy chin. Your Federation needs to see... Yeah. What show do you want Discotech Media to license or rescue next? Probably something that doesn't have easy available old distribution copies, so... Okay, we want them to do more Symphogear, that's a given. Gao Gaigar has been suggested to them. I honestly want them to rescue and work out with Hasbro the rights to Zoids. I want them to grab Zoid's Chaotic Century, Zoid's Guardians Force, Zoid's New Century Zero, Zoid's Fusors, even though Fusors is kind of terrible, and I want them to have an English proper debut of Genesis. For those who have not seen or heard of Zoid's Genesis, TV Nihon subbed the series in the late 2000s. Just that's all the tip-off I'm going to give to you. It's kind of wild. Not Zoids wild, but definitely wild. Speaking of Zoids wild, though, in my Rockman anime reviews, I mentioned the writer Kenichi Araki, who was a heavy influence on the Mega Man NT Warrior anime, also had a heavy influence in the Zoids series, and he actually came back to write much of Zoids Wild Zero. Zoids Wild Zero, I think is the name of it, which aired during the pandemic.
Wait, hold on a second. The sponsor is Excellent Incorporated, a megacorp based in Europe that's so powerful even the Federation can't touch them.
Yeah.
What? Corporations becoming so big that governments don't want to do anything to stop them? Madness, I say.
Cure Crystal wants Discotech to do Nanoha and Ojamajo Doremi. That's not bad ideas.
Yeah, that's actually really good ideas. Like Nanoha, I don't think has gotten a proper physical distribution over here. I don't believe.
I vaguely remember there being talk of a dub. I don't remember hearing any. Seeing a dub version of Nanoha.
But yeah, Magical Doremi, like that was on 4Kids, and people have fond memories of that one.
Yeah.
I don't think I watched it myself.
I didn't either.
But I do know that there was like a lot of stuff that appeared on the 4Kids block that definitely deserved like a release with the Japanese audio, because you get what I'm saying?
Especially since they're rescuing Shaman King that way. The dub is out now, the subbed version is coming. Simply because there were too many edits for them to do it all in one set. The thing about Discotech, though, is of the various import companies that exist, they have the smallest group of people working on it. So when they put stuff out, it is stuff almost the entire team had paid attention to getting us. So you kind of have to respect the amount of just awesome license rescues they've done. Case in point, the recent re-release of the Fatal Fury OVAs that included a scene that no previous release had and no one was aware of until they dug it up. That was beyond the Call of Duty for them. Also, their Cyborg 009 release was really, really good. Have you played Persona 5 Royal? I am going to be playing it myself next month. However, Alexis' first game cleared it for me earlier this year. So yes, we have seen the entire story of Persona 5 Royal.
Futaba and Yoshizawa are best girls.
Oh, speaking of Zoids, favorite Liger form? That is a very good question. I should also say that I have the high-end master model releases of the Liger Zero X and the Red Liger Zero on pre-order because I love the high-end master models of the Zero Mechs. I kind of want to go with Schneider, but Panzer in the anime is a beast into and of itself with how they wrote an awesome power tier downgrade for it.
Oh, that's a good parallel. So that Kagero robot is like worried that without his memories, then like who will he be? And he was like, smart robots are people. However, a person was created; they have the rights to their own life. Chizuru. You're thinking of Garuda, aren't you?
You remember the twist with Garuda, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was like a legitimate. Oh.
Yeah, the first arc antagonist of Combatler, Garuda, that's a thing.
I'm not spoiling what the twist is because it is a legitimate. That explains so much type of twist. Like the.
Yeah, we would be doing a disservice to the good parts of that series to spoil it in a stream like this.
Oh crap. Here he is.
Hi, Auntie. A talking kaiju? That's unlikely. Are you two going to play the Pokemon Sinnoh remakes? Alexis is, our other roommate John is. I'm going to skip out because I really, really do not care for Sinnoh, and I'm going to be busy doing other things. Basically, one of the reasons why we're trying to blitz on Super Robot Wars now is so Alexis can clear the game as much as she can before Sinnoh hits, and I need to take back my PS4 so I can do Persona 5 Royal. Here are the dubs for the first two seasons of Nanoha, but not for Strikers. That's unfortunate. It's like, I could not remember if there was a dub or not. Or if it was partially dubbed. And yeah, that seems like it's partial dub status. The question then comes, who dubbed it originally that didn't allow it to see home distribution, or if the home distribution was just that long ago that everybody forgets about it. Mech82 is hyped for Shin Megami Tensei 5 next month, and I hope it's really good. I've heard some things, there are some problems with newer Persona fans and thinking, oh, Persona 5 Royal is the best thing ever, and, like, if people like other things, that's fine, but Atlas with the Persona and Shin Megami Tensei games seems to be the kind of developers that improve with every game. So it's definitely not wrong, but the zeitgeist of you should not play anything else but the newest is like, that's kind of a disservice to the older stuff.
Ninjato.
Ah yes. The Shadow Dragon. Seems like Nanoha was done by Genion and Funimation. Okay, then it's especially strange that the dub isn't in general distribution, considering how often Funimation re-releases their stuff. Genion, since they went under, that makes a bit more sense. Considering we still can't get the original Tenchi Muyo OVAs. You know, before the OVA timeline kind of went to suck. Have you heard of G Savior? I need to show Alexis G Savior at some point.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't. No, you don't, man.
No. Friends don't show friends bad movies.
I am not the only one that should have forbidden knowledge.
Oh crap, he's here too.
Funimation might not have the rights to distributing Nanoha anymore since then. That has definitely happened with a few of their properties. It's just, you know, annoying that they never tried to, when it was, you know, the collection sets that make it a bit more ubiquitous.
Yeah, but
I did it.
It's too bad we're streaming right now because I would love to screenshot that for you. So what mecha do you think would benefit most from having a true GN drive retrofitted to it? Not a rush drive like Graham's GN flag. basically any variants of the Gurrens, because power limitation usage seems to be the greatest Achilles heel the writers for Code Geass kept leaving Callan with. What other battery-limited units would benefit from it? There are a few seed units that have low battery life that could afford it. You see, there's not actually that many mecha series since Seed introduced a power limit utilization for story engines that have been that hindered by it.
Big blast.
Do you think Ren Kiriyama and Misaki Shuda will come back for Fudo Detectives?
Oh yeah, this thing.
Yeah, the crotch missile. I'm not counting on it. I would honestly expect the voice actors they used in Memory of Heroes to come to voice them, because they're both big stars in Japan right now, so I can't see a company putting out the rights, putting out the money to get them back for the voice roles, unfortunately. Primus vs. Unicron's asking, what kid am I building? I am building the Eclipse. Yeah, for people who weren't here when I said it earlier, I am building this, and then when I get the time, I am remodeling this into a Vilcus, because the Eclipse is in part based on the Vilcus.
Multi-shift attack. Let's see if this lands. A jet that can turn into a panther that can turn into a robot. Into a tank?
It gets better. This is not even his final form.
What?
Actually, I wonder if they will use that.
Peace out.
So you know what his final form is?
What?
Giant Team Cannon.
Of course.
It's questionable whether they will actually use that, though. Considering, you know, the first appearance of Mighty Gain in Super Robot Wars did not have Joint Dragon Fire. Speaking of GN drives, I'm kind of surprised none of the other Gundam series have FTL capabilities. That's kind of because most of them do not consider anything outside the realms of the solar system, or are not at a tech level that would allow traversal outside of the solar system. The closest it gets beyond that is the Stargazer's Wings of Light system from Seed and later in Seed, from Seed Stargazer and later in Destiny, where the same acceleration system the Stargazer pioneered is also mounted on the Destiny and the Strike Freedom. It basically allows the user of it to accelerate up to the speed of light. but it's experimental, so it's, like, not fully utilized in that context. Okay, I see what they're doing. All you heard about Super Robot Wars through your reviews and YouTube clips, but I've become a little interested. Anyone you can recommend for a newcomer? As in a game, as I've been saying, VX and T and now 30 are all translated. 30 is easily accessible on Steam, but you can also get to it via creating a Singapore PSN account for a digital download of everything plus the bonus content. Doing the Singapore PSN also gets you access to digital copies, if you don't want to buy physical, of the previous 3 games, and all their DLC as well. You can also buy V and X on the Switch with their DLC content included on the Switch version. T did not have that sold that way, though. Yet, as far as we're aware. Is that Tokyo Dome on the map? Yeah, it is. Landmarks by that don't have, property copyright issues, as far as I'm aware. If you had other eclipses and other parts you're using lying around, would you do them up like the other Ragnamails? I'm not planning to, simply because the eclipse is ridiculously hard to get right now, to the point I had to actually buy mine off of Mandarake to actually get it in, because they're that backlogged. For those who don't know, Mandarake is a Japanese second-hand store that offers a mail order option for foreign export. For people who've played Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, they're that shop in the district where the detective's office is. You know, the one with the red signs outside. They're an actual place, and we've been getting a lot of stuff from them the last couple of years. They're very nice.
Mitsuba, there's a tiger on his chest. That's right. After that great man, the former chief of GGG.
They named Build Tiger after Taiga.
Well, that's why there's a tiger on his chest.
Yeah, Taiga is surprisingly one that hasn't gotten the name flub, because his name is literally Tiger. But yeah, for a setting amalgamation, that makes total sense. Oh, and again, for people who would be interested in buying the games off of the Singapore PSN to just access everything, you can buy Singapore PlayStation Network points off of the site PlayAsia. PlayAsia is also what offers the physical copies of all these games, because they do Asian English releases. Singapore is just the PSN shop people suggest for import games, because the Singapore PSN is in English, despite offering Asian English and other Japanese exclusive, or, Asian exclusive, games. So how are they doing adapting Forest Gridman to this joint setting? Not bad, honestly. They did the first 2 episodes, and then have Akane appearing here and there. Egg done by Alexis, of course.
Listen, I know I'm evil, but I'm not that evil. Yet. I mean, like, there's no reason for me to destroy humanity. Pizza's now outlawed.
But there was time now.
If pizza ever, if pizza ever became outlawed, that is my villain origin story.
She will have an army of nerds angry about that, and the Rising shall no longer be in stuffed crust, but in the crust of humanity.
Alright, let's finish off Anti.
回収は止めなきゃ。この回収は俺が頼みますよ、キャリバーさん。了解した。アクセスコードグリッドマンキャリバー。
Man, I love the detail in Dyna Zenon about Anti as an adult modeling himself after Caliber.
Yeah.
Even to the point of him getting stuck in places because he was carrying around a sword on his back. Have you seen Lupin III versus Detective Conan? I have not yet. I know it's been out for years, I just never got around to it. Even though, also, Discotek released that recently. I haven't gotten the Blu-ray for that yet, either.
Tiger Cannon?
Tiger Cannon. What happened so far? I noticed Sidebuster. Yeah, we unlocked that DLC. Also, Build Tiger and the other J. Decker mechs.
Gatebuster, rifle mode.
Having to call a little kid your boss.
I can't wait for Hikaru and Talents to interact.
Oh, that should be fun. And one of the things I really did like about Super Robot Wars X is how much to the forefront they pushed Callan.
Mm-hmm.
Considering how screwed over she ended up being.
Oof. With Anaheim free fall.
Oh yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, Excellent is now basically the largest military contractor on Earth.
Yeah, a lot of the redesigns in universe for F91X Crossbone and Victory was because Anaheim kind of lost favor with the Earth Federation.
Nah. We won't make a doghouse, we'll make a wolf house.
Yeah, Terror of Death, we're kind of not talking about Cosmic Horror stuff because it's the Cosmic Horror robots because it's coming up in the reviews. I mentioned that a couple times. I'm pretty sure you were around for that one. Kind of curious if Ideon will reappear in a new game. I can see the Ideon story likely now feature a lot more series, which could stop the Buff Clan. Alexis, you're more of an Ideon person than me.
So, I would like for Ideon to appear in another game. We would have to be like it'd be tricky because Ideon's ending is so super specific with the cosmic reset button that for it to not go off, there would need to have been like such a massive external force that would convince the id not to reboot itself. Because the reason why the universe resets in Ideon, if memory serves, is because Ideon represented ultimate good and it clashed with the Buff Clan's ultimate weapon, which represented the ultimate evil. And when those two sides clashed and destroyed each other, the energy from that caused the universe reset. So I would love to see Ideon again, simply because its level of power is so insane that I think it deserves like a new animation treatment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, granted, we got some crazy cosmic stuff going on in the Z games, so kind of justified Ideon being in those. So I think it would have to be one of those cases where the Super Robot Wars game takes heavy focus on what's going on out in space to rationalize it showing up. Like, maybe if they did Space Battleship Yamato 2202.
Yeah.
The Great Heroes.
Yeah, that's the recommended mission, but we can also... I'm gonna check this one out.
Battle Among the Stars.
Huh.
Race Striker makes sure to Gibraltar. No, let's not do that one for now. That's probably a lead into... Ooh. Inherited Bravery. We know what that is.
Oh yeah, these two girls.
The Bridge Bunnies.
Yep. We're going to Rome. Why are we going there?
10 years later and Bayonet's
Gutsy
still a
Global-
problem.
Isn't it the just Gutsy Geoid Guard? I actually thought it was the Gutsy Galaxy Guard. I kind of do like this mission select system because, like, you can really craft, like, the story to go in, like...
The way you want to. It's less strict continuity and more it all culminates on each other.
Right, like, it's, like, when did something occur after another is up to you. It's, like, once you understand, like, which mission unlocks which character, then you're like, oh, we found this guy, this guy, this guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and then there's the question of how do you know about the parts you weren't there for, like with this mission, but it's clear Kaido and Mamoru came back to Earth, so they were able to give up all the details.
Yep.
And considering there was a big planetary calamity when that happened, because dark matter, yeah. Well, okay, not dark matter, but, space getting screwed with because matter conversion.
Okay, so get this, Davis. A group of people called the 11 Planetary Masters of Soul were attempting to destroy our universe in order to save theirs. That means the Trinary solar system... Apparently...
Yeah, you're skipping that.
I can't...
Different time than ours. Universe that existed 15 billion years ago. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I have never heard of that. Have you played Rogue Galaxy for the PS2 and PS4? No. You see, that doesn't quite make sense with how the past Q machine was working in Final, so what? Because if it was a different universe and existed before the end of the universe, then how was the Zetmaster... What? So how do we go about reviewing this game? First of all, that's years and years out. Second of all, there's probably going to be an optimum play order, but I'd basically get my favorites first, deal with the stuff I hate, and resolve it as fast as I can, and then focus on the big climaxes of the stuff I like.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, these guys.
I need an adult. I need an adult.
I think that guy technically is an adult.
I need another adult. Oh yeah.
I love Mamoru's ID armor.
Like it's the Chad. The Chad and his grumpy best friend.
And then the exchange.
Yes, sir. You acted as bait and let yourself be captured on purpose, right? You're really something else. I thought they wouldn't be as good. Thank you for being so brave.
I mean, he was in those circumstances before, so...
Thank you, mister. Hey,
I love this callback. I legitimately love this callback. Because this was episode 1 Gao Gaigar, where Mamoru was in Yuta's position and this exact exchange happened.
Hey, now don't call me miss. I'm still only 20 years old, you know.
Seriously, if you guys have not seen the Gao Gaigar dub, see the Gao Gaigar dub just for this part of the scene. It's hilarious.
Oh, Alouette. Kid? First they call me Mr. and now Kid. This is my day. Mama's like, you're 15? This poor guy can't catch a break. Honestly, like Mamoru in this position, it's what like years of bravery does to a person. Guy go.
Well, the final Brave series, Bangan, will ever see the light of day. That was mainly a game entry, so... Finally, took us over a decade, we're finally going past final for Gao Gaigar stuff. Yeah, if you guys don't know, the manga for Gao Gaigar versus Betterman has actually been getting translated. It is under the Pyroxene Scanning group that they've been doing that. By the way, I'm not getting personal copy Super Wars just because I have a bad time finishing strategy games. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm posting the link in the chat. Pyroxenescanning.wordpress.com is the one that actually has been translating the entire series.
Oh yeah.
Or the manga for the series. Oh, they also got the pre-final novel. That's translating. That's actually pretty cool.
Oh, look. Hi, Hana. She grew up nice.
Yeah. And now she's the operator.
Final Fusion Program Tribe. They probably changed the slam.
I unapologetically love Gao Gaigo. I even got the mini fluff for it, and it looks so good. Oh, and they have the mass production EI-17s.
The sprite for this guy looks so good.
Yep.
Fine.
I mentioned this. I posted this on Twitter last night, but I would love to see a new Super Robot Wars styled game, but just with all the Brave franchise mecha.
Broken Phantom Davis.
Broken Phantom. Alexis. Broken Phantasm. They have terrible aim.
甘く見るな下を外号なら押し負けたりしないはずだファントムリングプラスヒーロー君ファントム
You mean the Brave Saga games? Yes, that was what they did while Takara had the rights to the property. That was where Bon Gon was in, but I meant, you know, a new one. Like, one that would actually allow them to include the final stuff.
Oh, Synapse Attack.
Yep. It is a neuromechanoid, after all.
J なら見逃すはずがないブレイクシンセサイズ
Yeah, the claw arms from Gaigo can actually attack on their own. Well, not attack on their own, act as a second pair of manipulator arms. Yeah, Guy, whose name is actually spelled G-A-I, it's a mistranslation to use G-U-Y all the time. I discussed that earlier in the stream, but Guy's not dead. He comes back in, versus Better Man. He's actually back at the point the manga is currently in, online. And he's back in this game.
Koji, it's been a long time.
Could we talk about old times later?
The Romans over there would like to kill us.
Have you seen any of Boruto? I do not like Naruto, so no. Because we have to. Can you use Hell in Heaven?
I can, but it uses up a lot of energy, so I want to like take out a unit first and then do it.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it sucked to waste the extra attack like that.
僕 3G ブルー機動部隊の副隊長だ。まだこの手がある。
And we're still having the problem with the English translation of the game not making the black border around the text thick enough, so if there's something white behind it, it does blend in. It's a bit of an annoying thing. I think the Japanese version suffers it a bit themselves, but just you would think they would have tested that. Maybe time crunched in allowing them, but it's been an issue for a couple games now. Have you seen other Dengeki Bunko works like Black Bullet or regular Magic High School? I have not gotten around to them. Honest, a lot of them don't really appeal to me. Thoughts on Fairy Tail? I have heard good things, I've just not gotten to it. Though surprisingly, most of the anime adaptation was written by Shoji Yonemura, of all people, who I have not had a good track record with, besides liking Kabuto and his Lupin specials. Still miss you, son of the consistent lost boy of Ron 1/2. Oh yes, the inability to travel anywhere because you keep getting lost. Guy who wrote Fairy Tail also wrote Wraith Master. Yeah, I know about that. It's just like, I never really got around to it. In fact, they make Wraith Master references in Fairy Tail a few times. Like, by the time I first heard of it, the series was just too far in for me to really get into, but it's nothing against the series, just that there's too many things. Air Hero Fire Force. Not exactly. Heard of it. Wonder if Kaido will ever get his King Jadar-like mech in contrast to Gal Gaigo. Honestly, I think Kaido makes the most sense as the Gal Gaigo's main pilot. Mamoru, honestly, if they could have repaired Replica Gaigar, I would have put Mamoru in that so we can finally get to pilot his Protector Lion. And then, apparently you can put Rain in Gal Flygar later in the game, which is just perfect. Bang and Sun, Dogram, and Armored Trooper Votons are some of the best real robots I've seen from the 80s.
Oh, I've been meaning to fully see all of Photons, but what I did see, I think I agree with you on that.
On Alexa's recommendation, we both picked up the complete series Blu-rays when Sentai Filmworks released them.
It's
It's been in our backlog. Hell, we have a shelf full of anime that's in our backlog right now, which we would have hit earlier, but again, we keep getting slammed with work. Everyone gets a Gal guy. Pretty much. Actually, I remember there being a side story where a second Soldato J shows up on Earth, Zonder infected. Because, you know, the Zonders are kind of everywhere out in space, and they just kind of congregated on Earth for super robot reasons. But yeah, that one was kind of a thing, where they could have had another King Jader. Is there any compilation movie you liked? I don't have problems with Scrides, honestly, and they give a better alternative ending without upsetting the actual ending of the series, where it shows Kazuma and Ryuho basically working around each other a bit more. So, you know, they're kind of on the friendly side, and also Grown Up Kanami. I can't hate that compilation movie just because it gave us that. I don't have a problem with Zeta's compilation movie since it changes a lot. I just find it unnecessary because it's a non-canonical version. Speaking of Gal Geiger, thoughts on the side mecha like the twins and several others. I own all the mini plays. I love the symmetrical docking as a concept. It's just it just works.
All right, let's take this son of a gun down.
Doesn't look like this game is featuring the Gal Geiger versus Betterman side Ryus though. From the looks of it, might be wrong. About the OG Gundam compilation movie trilogy, I'm not a fan of those, simply because while it expands on some stuff near the end to best justify the mutant type stuff, it's otherwise cutting out a lot of justifying story, and that's honestly my thing with disliking compilation movies. They remove a lot of central story stuff that makes their narratives work. Code Geass's compilation movies is probably the prime example of that, considering how tied together most of their plots are, that removing one explanatory aspect completely culls parts of the story down the line. Like, Callan's entire character story is absent from the compilation movies, and that harms them.
Oh.
Oh?
Oh dear.
Ah, yes, that.
Petrophonics. Oh shit. And there's this guy.
Then there's this asshole, who a lot of people mistake for Guy. Because similar look to him.
Yeah, Better Man and Lamia. What is a better man? Priming to surpass the limits of mankind. life forms with superior environmental adaptability. Okay, a better man is an intelligent life form separate from mankind who have been confirmed to exist for thousands of years. This term comes from their ability to alter their forms, in other words, becoming better to adapt to their environment and circumstances of the moment. These beings refer to themselves, however, as Samanim. By eating the fruit of the animus flower, which can only bloom on the corpses of those who have died of oligoron, a genetic syndrome that interferes with cerebral nerves, turning people violently suicidal, they can change into monstrous forms and able to use supernatural powers. Their role is akin to the immune system of the Earth itself. Due to their symbiotic relationship with humanity, they will take action to save it from extinction.
Doesn't necessarily mean that they're good guys, but they're not complete assholes. They're basically the counter guardian system for the amalgamated Gao Geiger continuity. They act like blood cells. That's a good description, Keith Thompson. Here's the thing. I don't remember much about the series Better Men. I have watched it. It's just I'm running a blank. And we didn't get to watch it again because I have the DVDs of the series before we got to playing this. So I'm blanking on knowledge I should normally have for the content. It's annoying to me that I can't remember. Yeah, I think I just literally answered that, Anna. I literally can't remember. Regardless.
Creatures of light. Creatures of what? A revolution is coming. Dimensional space will be conquered. Uh-oh.
And then all living creatures will be turned to light. And that clicks with Mamoru.
Others like you?
Oh yeah, Lamia has a posse.
Creatures of light. If man seeks to survive and thrive, then the conqueror king must be fought. Head towards the sky that the jewel of light points towards. Well, that's some shit.
Space is warped and time is bendable. Pretty much. Man, I can't wait to see how Gagaga versus Betterman as a story interfaces with the Getter Robo stuff, because Burning Sun.
He's so handsome. Like,
Have you watched Soul Eater? No.
I have. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Part of why I can't... Yeah, there's the translation flub. Again, as I've said, don't blame the translation team for it. It was a fan sub problem where they never got transcripts for it, so assumed the series romanization that you saw in some frames, which was for the katakana spelling of Guy's code name, was how you spelled his name, which is normally spelled with kanji, which always romanizes G-A-I. Not something to fault the translation team over. For this game, it's just an annoyance that older fans of the series who were aware of the fan sub misstep are kind of more aware of. Especially since official subs, or the official translation by Media Blasters did not have the error.
Okay, but in fairness, you get lines like this. If you're so cool, I think you may just be his guy.
Okay, yeah, I'll give them that joke.
That's the nicest thing anyone ever could have said to me.
But yeah, that's clearly the translation team retaining the pun. Which, GUI versus GAI, some uses in one places, but normally it's the GAI spelling for the name, it's supposed to act on the pun.
What? Me giving preferential treatment to the Gao Gaigar machine? What?
What about Hakai? Oh, the kanji use for the Conqueror King is interesting. Yeah, because Hakai normally translates as Destroyer, but Conqueror makes as much sense. To an extent. Like I said, the translation team is good. This is the only true major flub, and it's because they had to use fan subs as the official sub is so hard to, the official translation is so hard to find.
The direct attack EX action out. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the fully upgraded ship, is going to take not just a lot of resources, but probably another playthrough to max out. They have done that to us before. Okay, it's 4:22. We probably have time for one more mission.
Hello, New World, Otherworldly Savior. Ooh, let's do this one.
Lower immense besides the blue hole, mysterious dimensional rift. Who could this possibly be? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is the kid.
Oh!
This is the kid.
Oh, we're getting the boy! I'm so glad I picked this one then. Oh, crap.
That's a lot.
And you saw Rare. Oh, crap. Yeah, you recognize that thing?
Yeah.
They're like the cats in an RPG. Oh, her.
Yeah. You shall perish as my master desires. Your master needs to chill.
Chill out, man. It's all good. It's all good here.
Them splashing into the water despite many of them being able to fly.
Oh yeah, these things.
These things. Try aiming sometime. Okay, I absolutely love these guns. For those who don't know anything about the Eclipse, these are rifles whose handles become beam sabers. Like, this is great. Right, so who's the protagonist coming out? Yep, Ray Earth Girls. Wonder if Eru knew about the other robots in his past life. Maybe she's like, Miles are gonna get a robot work fiction. That's a good point. I wonder if the game will actually address that. Considering all we know was he was a Gunpla enthusiast.
Ah. Oh, so Zagato and the Kingdom of Zelodek are spreading the foul reach of their invasion towards the... Oh, they teamed up.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
Oh, and their story was just started because they mentioned Princess Emerald being kidnapped.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they want to reuse as much Ray Earth content as they could, and they couldn't set this exactly post-series with them. But making an amalgamated world, Super Robot Wars does that a lot. We're good with that.
I expected some bearded old man as captain, not a pretty lady.
I mean, she is from the 90s, so they didn't exactly have a lot of beautiful women captains yet.
Oh, we already got access to Flame Sword. Nice.
Yeah, instead of waiting for their upgrade text, they're just giving them to us. They're probably going to keep true Ray Earth on the back burner for a while, though.
Ah, Sapphire Whirlwind. I absolutely love the remix of Unyielding Wish.
Which kid is this? This is, once again, the Eclipse.
Shooting down. So magic actually does exist.
You're piloting a mech piloted by stones that take willpower and turn it into actual energy. Kind of sounds magical when you think about it.
Look at the range of this melee, though. Like, I'm just gonna leap over there and punch that guy in the face.
Okay, Alexis, maybe you'll get this joke. Oh no, not the eclipse where his guts when you need it. Him. Is that a Berserk reference?
Yeah, Berserk reference. The minute you said...
Yeah, I know nothing about Berserk.
Flame arrow. Hikaru fits in my favorite type of protagonist that will absolutely, like, fist fight you if you hurt her friends. Oh, flame arrows got...
Yeah, animation updates. Looks like the combined Rare with the Magic Knights of Magic story. That was a few minutes ago. Yeah, that happens a lot with Super Robot Wars games, as I've been showing with the V-reviews. World amalgamation is very common across them. Especially for stuff that's not standard and can't be fit into a single universe. You were saying?
Oh, Ruby Lightning. Sapphire Whirlwind.
Hey.
魔物との戦いは私たちに任せてください。緑の疾風。一日も早く平和を取り戻すために心の力を炎にする。
How good these can use the standard parts. Yeah, the Eclipse kit for people interested in the models actually do come with a lot of parts from the original Freedom. Or I shouldn't say original Freedom. The Master Grade 2.0 Freedom, so there's a lot of parts left over, then that's kind of nice for some of these. And it also comes with additional parts for just mounting all the different striker packs, which it can do pretty easily. That's a bit loose. Can tighten that. Spare connector it came with. And yeah, if you're looking at the bottom screen, just imagine this with the wings remodeled a little bit. And that's what I'm going to be working on for a couple months on and off. Just revamping this to be even better than it is. Didn't SRX Super Robot Wars X do the whole mecha isekai thing? It did! I'm really hoping with Super Wars 30 that they release some of the same recent past Super Wars games that were only on console onto PC in the future. International Steam would probably fix a lot of that for a lot of people. I'm hoping they do that too, just to get them accessible to everybody. Off. So I wish Rayearth appeared there. In X, yeah, that would have made a lot more sense. Granted, I liked it in T. Didn't you like it in T too, Alexis?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
Rayearth would have made, like, a lot more sense in X as well, because, you know, fantasy setting, right? But
yeah, they could have done a lot more of the interim plot, too, without having them go straight back to Tokyo.
Right, but it is what it is. Like, I feel like X at the end of the Robot Wars X's biggest problem is that they wanted to have an isekai setting, but have their space drama too.
Yeah, definitely a had to have their cake and eat it too scenario.
右腕かザガートの右腕かやるよ絶対に負けられない
Also, the Raiders, like, as a unit, looks so cool.
Mm-hmm. It does.
And also, I just love all the Magic Knight's armor. Oh, I love it when you get, like, finishing animations like that.
Yeah, the dramatic finish kills.
Yeah.
Well, I no wonder if Nova's in here.
Yeah.
Probably, considering she's a major part of this arc of the series. We just probably haven't seen her yet because it's their introductory story segment.
Ubi with the shade. You need to learn a new spell already. We can dodge that one in our sleep.
Even without armoring up. Like, they have the
Dang.
minor armor. You really are getting old. Never say that to a woman. So thinking could move love alternate counts as mecha isekai? It's been considered. It's not like Sally's magical girl roleplay mission. Oh god, I'm gonna have to talk about that again.
I love that mission so much.
It's like no one expects it.
You gotta absolutely kind of love like the team we've recruited so far. Like there's only few adults and the rest are kids.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a case of the responsible adults are either bad guys or dead. Bad guys dead or not actually able to fight themselves. I should clarify that, considering we have seen a few adults in here.
Yeah, that's the other thing about Tagato. Like here, why is he invading our world? Like that, he doesn't have any reason to. They're not technically robots, but yes.
The gate, you mean that Zohar-looking thing?
Makona! Who's this adorable friend? Oh, this is Makona. If you were to ask who Makona is, though, I'm afraid we don't have much of an answer. Makona is Makona.
So the general
Oh,
problem.
look,
Who's texting me?
Misaki. Yeah, this is kind of cool. Well, you can see I got an idea what they're in for. Oh, yeah, you visited my house before, haven't you? They are such good girls.
Yes, the flashback madness.
Ace Pilot was actually Boo?
Not surprising.
Like, you see those eyes? Those are the eyes of a stone cold killer.
Voiced by Bridget Hoffman in the English dub. Does she sound like a woman who has a face of mercy?
What time is it?
Yeah, this is pretty much going to be it for us, because I gotta take John to work in an hour, and Alexis and I have to order food because it's our night off. Now, so we are going to play more of this on our own. We will likely not be streaming more of 30, or at least if we do, we will be coming back on the streaming in a very different place from where we left it off. So, thank you for everybody that came in to watch. Sorry if I pissed some people off with my opinions on mecha anime and Tomino stuff in specific. I'm not really a fan of Tomino stuff. I've kind of made that clear. Sorry. But yes, thank you for everybody that showed up, and
How
for
many people
everybody...
did show up, by the way?
Concurrent views, 24.
Ooh.
Actually, not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks everybody for showing up.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you guys came by, and like I know I wasn't really talking that much. I was focusing on the game, and Davis was giving his opinions, but I'm just glad that we have a new Robot Wars game out, and whether you love or hate like any of the series involved, like it's a magical time. You know what I mean?
Like, I really had a bad time with Victory.
Yeah, but point is, at the end of the day, we all love giant robots, and I think we can all come together on that point.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and as long as Super Robot Wars as a franchise keeps representing the best of all of it, we're all gonna have a good time collectively. So if you can, buy the game. I've been advertising V. X as its strong points, even though it's a weaker entry. T is really good. I'll probably be reviewing them in the future. We'll be doing other stuff, though, in the interim, so thank you for stopping by, and we will see you all later.